Well, hello. Nice to see. I see at least Greg is here. StreamYard is slow, so it's sometimes hard to know if somebody else is on their way in or not. But it's nice to see Greg. Um, can't remember if you came last night or not. I don't remember seeing you last night. My nights run all in together because I'm on so often. And that's a post-it message in case anybody has some ideas for me on naming my series. As I'm running into naming problems, obviously. I never planned on this being a series, and now all of a sudden it's a sudden big series, and I don't know how to handle it. You may not be here long because you're very tired already. I understand that. Hi, Mary. Nice to see you. I know it's getting on bedtime in your side of the world, so I can understand. I'm a little tired myself. I didn't get much sleep. Went to bed late because I expected to be able to sleep till this afternoon and got woken up early. Well, the main protagonist in each one is one of the characters. So the detective is going to be the same one because it's one town, but he's not really, it's not like, one of the stories where you read where the detective is part of the whole thing and, they're the main part of the story. They're always talking about them. They're always doing things. They're always investigating something. I'm not quite doing it that way, so I'm not sure. So each book will have its own set of main characters, and the others will be, surround them. Like the first book has a married couple who is the main story, and then tying it together with another couple for the second one. So I named the second one. So the first one is called A Murder in Angel's Cove because it was going to be one book. Then it became two books. So then I thought, well, I'll just name it Another Murder in Angel's Cove. Not too original, but then it became three, and then it became four, and then it became five, and maybe more. And I was like, I can't keep doing. I don't think Another Murder in Angel's Cove for every book name is a good idea. I don't know about a different name for each book when they're all tied together. I don't know if I should just Murder in Angel's Cove book 1, Murder in Angel's Cove book 2. It's like, yeah, that's kind of, it's a small town, but they're going to have a lot of murders, yeah. And they're going to be all kind of together, Hi, Amelia. So I'm not sure what to do. So I've been asking questions. See if people can give me an idea that might spark a. So far, I'm up to 5 or 6, but that's not even going through stories that I have, nano projects that I started and couldn't figure out what to do with. Could end up being more. And I have to figure out how to do this. Do the murders run concurrently, or do they run one after the other? Because of the ages of the people in the first book connecting to the second book. If I start it in a certain place, I'm going to have to change the ages of them. So there's a lot. It's not a real town. It's a fictional town I made up in the state of New Jersey where I live. It's a whole completely fictional town. Angel's Code, put cool name here. Cool name like what? What do you mean by cool name? Because I was thinking of doing, you know, another murder in Angel's Code, and then as the subtitle would be Cassie and Thomas, because they're the protagonists of the next series. Like there would be a character that would be the main character for each one, most likely. One may, the one I was starting off writing them out as together as a couple is now possibly, probably, most likely going to break up. So the name will probably just be her name. I was thinking about this the other day, and it was one of the things that started bothering me. I'm like, what am I going to call these things? I don't want to call them all the same thing. They got to be, you know, separated somehow. Without reading the series, it's hard to know what will fit. Is there romance? Is there a lot of humor? Is it very dark? It can be dark in spots, definitely. And there's murders. So murders are definitely dark. There is possibly humor in some spots. I can have a sense of humor at times. There are spots where people kind of laugh and say, really? Like, yeah, really, it's based on real life. It did happen, a lot of it. A lot of my writing is based on real life. No, nobody murdered. I had no murders. That's all made up. Is the protagonist more like Sherlock Holmes? No. Dick Tracy? No. Columbo. Yeah. I love Columbo. That's the thing. The protagonist is not the detective. There is a couple or a single person, whoever it happens to be the story is about, is the protagonist. So it's not really it's not like, you know, what we were talking about, Murder, She Wrote, and, you know, Jessica, whatever, Jessica, whatever, mystery or something like that. It's not really like that. Amelia says, what about Nancy Drew when they named the book after something important about the mystery setting the plot? I get what you're saying. I remember sort of something about something clock or things like that, but it's not really written that way now. I don't think that would work either. The protagonists are the main couple, the main people, main characters. They're not the detective. So it makes this difficult. Jessica Fletcher, that's her name. It was Jessica something. But so you know, naming it after the detective is really not, because he's not playing a major part in the story. He's just there for the murder part of it. He's not spending a lot of time. At this point, well, I've only written one, and I don't know what the heck I'm doing. So there was no long, drawn out investigation where they're going around the houses and talking to people and going to businesses and talking to people. And, I mean, they just brought everybody that was involved in the case into the police station and questioned them. Like, you people are involved. What's the story with the, you know? The protagonist is not the detective. No. Never. That's what I'm saying. He's just there to solve the murder at the end of the book. Not one of these that's in the, not like one of the ones where you read where they're constantly, you know, during the whole book, they're searching for clues. No, you go through the story, the whole story, and then a murder happens, and then that's when the detective pops up. So it's not like that. The the main character is the person who solves it, I think, but not really a detective. The main character did not solve it, did not commit the murder, but he was one of the many suspects, obviously. But he's not a detective. There's a story where the detective is incompetent and the main protagonist does solve the murder. Well, in the first book, no, for sure. See, this is iffy because I don't know what I'm doing still. And so I have to rewrite a lot of this. But one of the characters, I won't say which one, admits to doing it finally. Then uses a technicality. So the detective really doesn't get to show the detective wings or, mentality or any of that story. The story where the murder is more like in the background, yes. The story is about infidelity and what happened because of the infidelity. And the detective gets involved because obviously it happened in his territory. He has to take over the murder and try to figure out who did it. And while he was trying to figure it out, things were going on. So yeah, the murder is like at the end, just kind of happening. It's not a big murder investigation. They're not spending time going out to a lot of different places. The sun is trying to get through that foil. If it breaks through, it'll be brighter than heck in here. It's right in a really bad spot. Somebody told me to try foil. It does help. It's keeping a lot of that sun out. Otherwise, you got a big sunspot right there. Yeah, so you see why I'm having a problem. It wasn't supposed to be a mystery series. It was going to be one book. Then I kind of got carried away. So he will be part of the next one because he lives in the town and he's the head detective there. So he's going to be the one handling it, the second one, and so on and so forth. And how much time in between the murders, I don't know. Another thing I'm running into. I just ordered pizza and had it delivered. Can't get too used to this stuff because I won't have any of this when I move into assisted living. But I can do it now. So how's your story coming along, Greg? Well, I think the last time we talked about it, you were in chapter 3. So as the name for the series may be a pun about the infidelity alluding to the murders. Dangerous games, hot secrets, deeper mysteries. My original name was Dark Obsession. And I realized that there were a lot of books with that name. So I kind of moved away from Dark Obsession. I wanted something different. Like I didn't want something that 4 or 5 other people had written books about. So I was looking for different things. Deepwater mysteries. Well, originally the town was on the ocean, and that may have possibly worked, but it's moved away. The people in the first book live on the ocean. Well, not in the ocean. They live on the bay, but it's right next to the ocean. But they live on the bay. But Angel's Cove Dark Obsessions. No, that's a possibility. I do like that one, Amelia. That's a possible. I'm going to put that down on my list as a possible. And then it needs a subtitle with the characters that are mainly involved. Because obviously they can't all be the same name. But that could be the series name, and then underneath would be like the first two main characters in the first one, and the main characters in the second one. Main characters in the third one would be the subtitle of each one. That's a good possibility. I like that one. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you so much. Greg says, as far as my chapter 3 goes, I did work all day today and reworking the outline. Got distracted the last couple of days working on another project. That does happen, doesn't it? Lethal Angels. Lethal Angels. It's a little odd. Doesn't really unless it was more like she said, Little Angels Cove, and then Lethal Angels is the second. You still need a subtitle though, to separate each book, so they aren't all the same. I just realized I don't have the headphones on. I can hear noises. I know you guys aren't talking, so it's not you. But something is running. Uh-oh. Sorry about that. I didn't realize that was running. I thought I heard noises. I didn't put the headset on. Should have told me there was something running in the background. It's busy running down through all these videos. Stop. All right. I don't hear anything now, so it's quiet. Let's get back over here. You can't hear that? Oh, wow. It was running, another video was running in the background. Lethal Angels. Angels Cove. Lethal Angels. And a subtitle for each one. Two ideas. Thank you, guys. Been a big help. Any more? Let me know. Because I was thinking about that today. Yeah, I originally called it Dark Obsession, Dangerous Obsessions. It was for a while. Changed the name so many times, it isn't funny. And I miss this. Mia says you can get carried away with the story to the point of creating more in that universe. That usually means it's a good universe. Well, it's not really a universe, it's a town. It's a little town, and yeah, it's an awful lot of murder for such a little town, right? But that's what those cozy mysteries kind of are. They're not big towns, and there's usually a lot of murder in them. Lighthearted, lighthearted, not super serious. Some of these may get a little dark. Like the one I'm making up for the third one, I wrote a happy ending on the prompt site I was writing on, but it's not going to be the happy ending that she was hoping for. Something's going to happen. And it's going to put a big strain on whether or not they remain together. Can they remain together after what happens? And who did it? That's another biggie. Who did it? And I got an idea with that one where I want to go, kind of. It's hard when you got tons of ideas coming at you out of nowhere. You know, they're just like hitting me, like bouncing off. I'm like, oh gosh, what am I going to do with all these ideas? We had problems with the sound yesterday and couldn't hear me. And then we had Annuel one last night, and we had problems. I had to get him to put a headset on because there was too much feedback. Feedback? I'm not sure that's the word I'm looking for, but it was too loud. Too much feedback doesn't sound like the right word. It was making too much noise. He had to put a headset on. Angel's Code, lethal hits. The word hit could be a murder, but having an affair is like hitting it on someone. Well, one of them is definitely an affair. I don't know if they're all going to be affairs. But it goes on the list. I may make a list up and open it up for voting. May do that. Okay. Yeah, in book one, he likes women. So he's hitting on women all the time. But I'm sorry to hear you ran into a problem with your chapter and your 3 and your outline and everything. That's a shame. But there's other projects, and they kind of take you out of. Which reminds me, I gotta set my alarm now before I forget, and I gotta get up tomorrow. I get injections tomorrow, unless there's too much steroid in my body. They may not let me. We'll find out. Let's see. Let's be there 11:30. Up about 10:30. No, that won't work, dummy. I'm not very good with time anymore. It isn't funny. 9:30. No, 10:30. So, yeah. I've been taking steroids, and now I have to get steroid shots in my knee. And she said she's not sure. I have to ask them tomorrow if they'll let me take that, continue on with the steroid shots, because I've been taking steroids for the last few days, ever since I went to the hospital. And that's my last pill. That's the last one. In my experience, once you hear the name, it just clicks, and then you know that's the name. Yeah, it hasn't. I mean, Angel's Code Dark is Obsessions kind of hits. Lethal Angels, not so much, or Lethal Hits, not so much. And they put it up on my website to ask them to, once I get some more ideas. We ask them for some ideas and then put a poll up. Because I think it does need, since I'm making it a series, it wasn't planned to be a series, so the original name was great. But now that it's becoming a series, it's not so great. I can't just keep saying another murder in Angel's Code. Another murder in Angel's Code. No, I have to have something different. But they have to tie together. All of them is tied together. So I like the Angel's Code part. Definitely. Yeah, I haven't written much except for short stories, so you don't usually need a ton of titles in short stories. And it doesn't really matter that much what it is either. So it's not a big thing, but a book, a little bit different. Yeah, because like with Jessica Fletcher, she was the detective, right? She was the one solving the murders. So that made sense. Personally, I would not do a poll. You're kind of obliged to follow what people vote for, unless you're having all the options in the poll. Got a point there too. Thanks for pointing that out. Amelia, that's funny. uh, oh my goodness. Interesting theory. It is. It's an interesting theory. I don't really know that that one's really going to work, but it is an interesting theory. An interesting theory. I'll write it down just for the heck of it. I wrote it down just in case. The Angels Cove's Files. Files is a bit overused, but it could work. Another possibility. Angel Cove's Files. The Angel Cove's Murders. And then subtitles. Angel Cove Dossiers. Dossiers. How do you say that? Dossiers. Name of the main protagonist. The very first one in the very first book, the main protagonist, well, it was a husband and wife, so it was Scott or Sarah Cal. It starts out with Scott. He's named first. Then Sarah comes into the picture right after him, because they're married, so she's coming home. I don't think the name of the protagonist for the first book is going to help any. They're only going to be the main character in the first book. They'll be in the others, but they'll only be bit parts. No fighting, you two. No fighting allowed. I have to think about that poll thing. Or I could just put it down as general questions. These are suggestions. Add yours to the list. And I can pick one. I mean, it was perfect for one. Murder in Angel's Cove. Big deal, you know. But then it turned into a big, very big deal. The main protagonist sells computers. In the second book, we have a young couple, Catholic couple. Well, he's Catholic, she's not, but they're remaining celibate till they get married, and they're planning their wedding, and it ended happily ever after in the prom story, but it's not going to. There's going to be some foul-ups. Her mother dies and leaves her money that she didn't know, because her mother had a stroke and didn't remember anything, but she had set up trust funds for her daughter when she was working as a lawyer, a very high-paid lawyer. So the girl suddenly has money when her mother passes away. And so they're going to have this happily ever after wedding. And then something said to me, no, got to do something more. And it's going to be on the dark side. And it's going to put that faith that they have, that they love each other, to the test. And will they end up getting married or not? Let's see. Okay. Murderous vibes at Angel's Cove. Can't write very well. Probably won't be able to read half of these. I'm scribbling. One of the big, so we got the other main thing that's running through this story so far, 3 of them, is an Italian restaurant that they work at. So far out of the first 3 books, at least one character works at this restaurant. That's kind of where I'm tying these people together, because they work together at the same restaurant. So maybe something to do with an Italian restaurant. All right, Greg. Well, thanks for the suggestions. I will keep them under advisement. Who knows what I'm going to come up with. Hope you have a good night. Thanks for all of your help. It has been a big help. You gave me quite a few things to think about. So, good night. Yeah, so I was thinking, so now that we're thinking about, the characters, so far 3 books, the first 3, they all work at the same restaurant. It's probably going to end up hooking all of them up somehow to that restaurant. Whether the restaurant will end up being a murder place, I don't know. A murder site, I don't know if that's going to happen, but. All right, go get some food. I just stayed. I just stuffed my face full of pizza before you guys got here. So I'll see you later. Thanks for your help. Man, it's hot here. Oh, shoot. I was going to look something up. Oh, yeah. Couldn't remember what the word was I wanted to look up. I think you guys are still listening to me, if anybody's out there. Cozy mysteries are a subgenre of crime fiction in which sex and violence occur off stage. The detective is an amateur sleuth, and the crime and detection take place in a small, socially intimate community. So I got the small community. However, then the detective is just a member of the police force. It's not, okay, so he's a member of the police force. He's not just an amateur community member. So it may not fit so much into the cozy mystery genre. And the sex and violence occur off stage, which means they're not in the book. I don't understand that. So maybe I got this wrong. Gentle books. No graphic violence, no profanity, and no explicit sex. Most often the crime takes place off stage and death is usually very quick. All right, but I think that just took me out of the range of cozy mystery. I don't think that's going to help me any with what I'm... I got the right amount of words for the category, but I don't have the other stuff for the category. That ain't going to work. They use Jessica Fletcher from Murder, She Wrote as a possible cozy mystery. I didn't know they had been around that long. Yeah, mine can't qualify. Mine's a little darker and deeper than, and it has a regular police detective, not a bumbling amateur sleuth. So that's not going to work. Some people have a narrow definition that cozies are cute. Books about women who bake cupcakes or knit or cook. And that is what I thought of when I thought about it, because I read a lot of those series, and that's what I think. Okay. Since cozy murder mysteries don't feature scenes with grotesque violence, that leaves me out. That won't work. Agatha Christie was considered a cozy mystery writer. Interesting. The pizza I just ate isn't sitting so well on my stomach right now. All right. Well, I guess I'm not writing a cozy mystery series. So that ain't gonna work. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, I didn't call it a cozy in my thing, so I can still do. All right, my murder book series. I didn't turn the light on. I was wondering why I can't see the keyboard. Dummy. I'll be right back. I gotta get some food. Hi, Mary. Another one going for dinner. I'll be back. All right. I didn't even realize you were here. Did I miss you sneak in? I wouldn't be surprised. This thing jumps around all over the place, so it does happen. I had dinner beforehand. I'm now feeling too well. All right. Back to what I was doing. Let me put the timer on. All right. That should answer any questions. Anybody arriving? Well, I'm not visible. Well, I'm visible, but I can't see you guys. I'm on another page. All right, that's what I was doing. I'm not sure what that was. Is it that? No, maybe it's that. It's that. All right. All right. Looks like nobody joined me yet. Oh, I'll wait a little while. I'm not going to wait forever to see if anybody shows up. I am still busy working on something, so I can keep busy with that and go from there. So let me see here. Let's reset the timer. All right. Alright, another sprint down. I'm reading about scenes. Never quite sure about the difference between a chapter and a scene. I'm not sure. I still know that, and after reading a good bit of this book, I'm still not sure I really understand the difference between a chapter and a scene. I found a few interesting things, but nothing super noteworthy so far. I'm trying to work my way through these books that I have on Kindle Unlimited because once I cancel it, I won't be able to get to them. So I'm trying to read them before I do the cancellation. I may end up having to pay one more month in order to finish getting through all these books because I wanted to kind of take notes. But it means handwriting them all down and then transferring over, typing them into the document. Right now, I'm just reading and I haven't read anything earth-shattering that I need to know. So I'm going to keep it the way it is right now. I have taken my chapters and put 3 dots in certain spots where the chapter had a couple different changes in it, which would, I thought, make it maybe a scene, like, one chapter with a few scenes in it, because they're just, they're not all the same. They kind of break up into sections. I don't know if that's right or not. Something I'm guessing at, so I'm not really sure. So I'm reading about scenes right now. Trying to get an idea. Hi, Courtney. I will be back later, but wanted to pop in and say hi. I still need to figure out what in the world I'm doing for Nano. Hey, yeah, I think I'm editing for Nano with possibly starting to outline another book, but I doubt it. I can't say it for sure, but I don't know if I'll be writing a book for Nano or just editing and outlining sort of a rough draft, not really an outline. I don't outline. But I have part 2 kind of laid out from that prompt story, so I need to work on that. So everybody keeps popping in and saying, I'll be right back. I'm going to go get dinner. I'll be right back. I'm going to go eat. I'll be right back. I'm going to, like, nobody's staying. They're all popping in and out. So I'll be here for a little while. But if nobody comes back in a reasonable amount of time, I'll probably just give up and write on my own. But for now, I can keep doing this. It doesn't matter to me if it's, the timer's running or not running. I can do what I'm doing and keep my eye out for anybody popping in. So right now I'm not writing, I'm reading, trying, because I have to get these books read before I have to move, because I don't know, I could be this month, it could be next year, who knows. But I need to start cutting out all these expenses that I have. Just too many. So I think I'll be building, researching for Nano. Yeah, well, it's one of the parts of the job, definitely. So I'll be here for a while. Hope to see you back. Got a bunch of other people all promising to come back, so we'll see. If not, I'll see you another night. Tomorrow I don't sprint Mondays. I don't sprint. I do sprint Wednesdays, but usually on another channel. But I think he's canceling this week. That probably won't be on. But I'd have a writing group Wednesday, so I'll still be busy. Thursday, I'm not doing Friday because it's the night before WWW, and I'm going to be tired enough with all the things I signed up for to co-host. So no Friday night either. I'm taking that night off. So after tonight, you got Tuesday and Thursday. So hopefully you can come back one of those if you don't make it back tonight. But I'll be here for a while. I'm glad you stopped in and said hi. Okie dokie. No, for some reason I thought I had muted myself, but obviously I haven't. Never know. Well, I put out a post on all 3 blogs requesting help with name for my title series. My series title. I said that backwards. Series title. I hadn't planned on making this a series, so it's becoming a little bit awkward with naming it. So I'm trying to get some ideas. Anybody answer? Who knows? We'll see. I'm still here alone at the moment. Everybody comes in and says, I'll be back, I'll be back. I've got a whole bunch of I'll be backs, but so far nobody's come back. I'm not going to be here forever. Because the timer drives me crazy, and these headset hurts my ears. So if I'm going to sit here for hours and not have anybody join me, I'm just going to end up shutting down early. I have Tuesday and Thursday left of this week. I don't do Mondays, Wednesdays. The one I'm usually on is probably going to be canceled. And I have a writing group that night anyhow, so I'd be late. And Friday I usually stream, but since it's the night before the early morning start of Worldwide Write-A-thon, and I'm part of Worldwide Write-A-thon, although I keep getting the times all screwed up. I don't know when I'm on. I'm morning one of those days. I just don't remember which one it is. Can't keep it straight. I'll have to look it up again. I keep making notes and then I keep losing the notes. I'm really not sure exactly when I'm scheduled at this point. I have to check that out. I just found out 2 of them overlap. So I will have to either be late to one or just drop out completely, but she hasn't gotten back to me yet. So, well, there's Courtney. I was just saying, all these people telling me they're coming back and nobody's back. And I'm sitting here like talking to myself. Because I have to keep, the sprint going in case somebody's watching it for actual sprinting. Because I used to do that in the beginning before I started making my own. I used to go do a sprint that had already aired if there wasn't a one that was going at the time, and just watch it as if it was a regular live stream. I just couldn't, do anything in the chat, of course. But now that I do them myself, I just usually start a stream when I'm writing, whenever I'm writing. So I got people popping in. I'll be back. I'll be back. I gotta go get dinner. I'll be back. I'll be back. And I'm like, well, everybody keeps saying they're coming back, but nobody comes back. Get distracted. Well, I know that happens too. And I've gotten distracted. If I forget to put the timer on, I'll just go forever until somebody, I won't even notice anybody's out there. Because I'm not, depending on what I'm doing. Right now, I'm doing some craft reading on my Kindle on the computer in the cloud. So I can see the timer and I can see the people in the chat. So when somebody comes in, I know it. But normally I have to go completely off the screen. So I'm out of contact and I don't know whether somebody is on there or not. So yeah, I know all about distractions. Believe me, I know all about distractions. And I got so many things to distract myself with. It isn't funny. Plus, I'm supposed to be thinking about downsizing. So to get ready for this move to assisted living whenever it happens. And it's like, I don't feel like doing that, you know. I know I got to get rid of a ton of clothes. I got to get rid of a ton of paperwork because there's just not going to be room for all this stuff. And I'm not going to need all this paperwork. I mean, I keep all these, you know, all this paper, and I'm not going to need it, especially where I'm going. I'm not going to need anything. So most of this could go, you know, be shredded. That's the bad thing, is shredding tons of paper. I hate shredding, and the shredder's small, and it gets all over the floor when you're trying to dump it into a bag. Makes a big mess. But I know I have to do it. I just can't get myself moving. I don't have a date. Now, if they said to me, okay, you're definitely moving April 1st, you have to be in there by April 1st, then I have a date. I can get my butt moving. But when it's one of these, well, we've got to see when you're going to get a place. It could be weeks, it could be months, it could be years. How do you plan for that? You know, there's no reason to get all. So I'm trying to convince myself I really need to do this stuff. Besides, it's cramped in here anyhow. I don't have room for all the stuff that's in here as it is. I really need to get rid of a lot of this junk anyhow, for junk's sake. Oh, boy. So, are you ready to do a sprint? Because I'm ready to get back to, I don't know what I'm going to get back to. I've been reading because I have to get these books done because they're on Kindle Unlimited. And if I don't use them, I paid for all that time to keep them in my list and not read them. It's a waste of money. Plus, I wanted to read them. Some of them are craft books on writing and stuff. So I wanted to read them. Oh, there's Amelia. Okay, another one's back. Let's do a sprint. I also have no idea what I'm doing. No, I'd make a great pair. Amelia's usually up for a sprint all the time. 30 minutes, okay, you guys? That's what I'm trying to remember who is what. Sometimes I can remember and sometimes I can't. Amelia's got stuff to do as well. Courtney, are you a 25er? I don't remember. Amelia's usually okay with 30. I can't remember if you were 30 or a 25er. I guess we're doing 30. Good. All right. Let me set the timer. And let's get something done. Doesn't matter what, just something. Something that needs to be done and do it. So we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So pick something, anything. Even if it's, like I said, finish reading the book I'm trying to get done, go through the paperwork, work on my book. I got a lot of work to do with my book. I'm thinking of, well, you may have seen the post up there. I'm trying to think of names for my novel. I put 3 posts out on, Amelia was here for that earlier. I don't think Courtney was. I posted 3 posts to one to each blog, asking people what they thought of what I have and to add any new ones they may come up with so I can make a decision. And so I got that going. So, yeah, I got plenty to do. Plus, I have to downsize an apartment for assisted living. And I need to work on that sometime. I don't know when. I work better with a deadline. A deadline. I work better with a deadline. I don't have a deadline. That's part of my problem right now. All right, I'll see you in 28 minutes. I looked at the time and then I forgot about it. Got a lot of volume books on Amazon for my Kindle because I got to stop that Kindle Unlimited. So I want the books, and then I realized it was 30 books, 4-book series, which I could buy the whole thing for $150 some. I don't think so because I don't need all of them. They don't all pertain to me. So I'm busy trying to go down and pick out the titles I want and putting them on my Kindle because I'll be, like I said, moving to assisted living. I may not have the options. I won't be able to pay for Kindle Unlimited and read them for free. So that's not an option. So I need to do it the other way. So even though I'd like to have the paperbacks, I won't have the room or the money to buy all the Mullen paperbacks. They're pretty cheap on Kindle. So that's what I was doing. I lost track of time. And timer startled me for sure. I was not ready for it. I have pizza sitting here. I don't want any more. And enough pizza. I ate 4. They were small slices, but I ate 4 slices. So I need to get up and put this in the refrigerator because I don't think I'm going to eat it tonight. I had enough. My stomach's a little upset from it, and you need to get more soda. But I'm sitting here reading these books, and I'm like, wait a minute. Why not look each one up and see if I can buy it? And then I can just cancel that because it's going to cost me, I don't know, I think it's how much? Kindle Unlimited. I didn't write the amount down. But it's close to $10 a month, I think, for that Kindle Unlimited. So it's great if you read a lot, but if you'd like to take time and do other things, for me it was kind of a waste of money. So I think I'm gonna try to find the books that I liked and just buy them outright. And then I don't have to worry about it. I can go to my Kindle whenever I feel like it and read them. I don't have to knock myself out now, plus trying to take notes and whatnot. I don't have to do that. So I got a little bit of money right now. So I just can't go crazy. Crazy. I tend to go crazy. I get carried away. Yes, the sprint went by way too fast. Wasn't ready for it to end. It startled me, really. Courtney said, did schoolwork and procrastinated for quite a while. Well, I was on Amazon. That's definitely procrastination. And before that, I was reading. So I procrastinated myself, so don't worry about it. Courtney says, yeah, I think I need to cancel my Kindle Unlimited. I haven't found it super useful. And once you hit the 10, you can't have any more till you return one of those books. So if you want to still read them, you keep them. You're actually paying so much more money for them because month after month, they're charging you the Kindle monthly fee, and you've got the same 10 books on there. You're paying an outrageous amount of money for those 10 books when you can just buy them outright. So I have to cancel everything anyhow because I can't have any bills coming out of my account. So I'm, trying to cancel as much as possible ahead of time, the ones I can. And that is one I definitely can. And I've been wasting money for months now and not reading the books. So, it makes the book super expensive. So, yeah, I would definitely cancel it. Definitely. And if you really have a book on there you want to read, do what I'm doing. Just go to the thing and just buy it outright. I think I paid $4 for that particular book. I think I got 2 books so far. May get more. I got 2 so far. But I'm sitting here going crazy, trying to read it. Not really in the mood to read it right now. but trying to wanting to cancel the Kindle Unlimited before they charge me another month's worth. And I'm like, I'm never going to get these books read. So I'm just going to buy them, cut my losses, cancel the Kindle Unlimited, and be done with it. So that's what I'm doing. Probably on the next sprint. So I can stop wasting my time reading these books because this is crazy. And they're going to get me soon too, because I only have a few days left before they hit me. So I got to get it canceled before they hit the next one. So that's what I have to do. All right. So how about, let's see. We do another sprint. I got a few things to do. And see what we get accomplished this time. Or not accomplished. I'm doing whatever I feel like doing. So, do whatever turns you on, do it. So let me set another timer up for us. Jen should be here shortly. She said she was on her way. Set the timer. I thought I was doing 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, Jen's supposed to be on her way, so she should be here. Be on the lookout for Jen. And I will see you back in 29 minutes. I have got to make a pit stop now. The pizza is suddenly not sitting very well in my stomach. So I will be back. And I will see you all shortly. Oh, hey, Jen. Hey, ADHD writer. How you guys doing? I just got back to my computer. I didn't know anybody was here besides Courtney and Amelia. So, as I was saying, I need to get rid of my Kindle Unlimited. And I was trying to figure out what I was going to do with all these books, which I've been paying every month for, because you can only have 10 until you to return them. And I keep, following every month over, pushing them over to the next month. I thought these books are costing me a mint. So I just said I'm going to stop it now because I have to stop it anyhow. And I'm just going to buy the few books that I want and screw it. Forget the Kindle Unlimited. That works great if you got time to sit and do nothing but read. But I don't have that time. So that's what I'm in the middle of doing right this moment. I found this series. It's called Writer's Craft. 34 books on all different kinds of writing, how to write them, scenarios, sentences you can use and whatnot, and ways to take your book in one route or take it in a different route if you want to, how to write. The one was on how to write night scenes and day scenes and action scenes, and it's like all about scenes, and I'm like, I can use that. So you can buy the whole series for $154, 34 books. Well, I looked at it and thought I don't really need all of them. So I'm just going to piece a few of them that look really interesting and buy them, put them on my Kindle, regular Kindle. And then I will go ahead and cancel the Kindle Unlimited, because that goes out in a couple of days and I won't pay another month. I already paid enough for these books and I haven't read them yet. So that's what I'm in the process of doing. So I will see you guys. We've got 11 minutes left now on the clock. So I'll see you shortly. I almost didn't miss. I took the headphones off. Almost missed the timer. I'm like, what's that noise? Okay. So I went through each book I had on the Kindle Unlimited, ordered the ones that I was interested in, ignored the other ones, just returned them, and canceled the membership. So that's done with now. That's one more thing off my list of things to do. Chan says, what I do like about Kindle Unlimited is to read and listen books, probably more than Audible at this point. Yeah, well, I have to cut my spending to nothing. So all these little services that I've been getting, I can't have anymore. And I don't know exactly when all this will happen, but I might as well start now and start saving that money because I need to pay bills off. So if I'm not paying them out to all these different little services that I signed up for, this, that, and the other thing, I can go ahead and work on paying my bills down. Hopefully the stimulus will come and I can pay them off. And things will work out and everybody will be happy. Everybody will be happy but me, probably. I'm not going to be thrilled sharing a small space with another person. All I can do is hope it's a nice person. Because if I have to spend the rest of my life with a pain in the ass, it's going to be a pain in the ass. However, it's this or a nursing home, so I'm take assisted living over a nursing home any day. So that is, yeah, that you won't need money for groceries and stuff when you're there. I won't need car insurance. I won't need a car because I can't drive. Can't drive because I don't have money to pay for the car insurance, so there will be no car. I don't like driving anyhow. Kids don't like me driving. It's dangerous. I've had a few accidents. Almost had one last week, and that one wasn't my fault. And that could have been a very serious accident, and my neighbor was with me. So I don't want to repeat that. So I really don't like driving. Anyhow, great, Courtney got some words done. Yay. Glad to hear it. So glad for you. So, there's a lot of good things about it. And, you know, not being alone and having to worry about something happening and nobody being around. It'd be nice not having that problem. You know, somebody will be around. I don't know how much privacy there is. They say we take our own furniture. There's no furniture. So it's got to be big enough to allow us to take some things in. But I don't know if we have rooms or if we have curtains like a nursing home. You know, I don't know if it's a, you know, do they take a two-bedroom apartment and break it down into 2 bedrooms and a shared bathroom and a shared kitchen? I really don't know because the food is prepared there and there is a kitchen that you can use. It's shareable among the people that live there. There's a library, the place that they're looking at now. I mean, that's not where I may not end up there, but the one they're looking at right now has a library, so I would have books available. I wouldn't be totally cut off, but I do have my Kindle. No, I can't afford to pay for it. My kids are not going to pay for anything. They made that pretty clear. So, no, I don't have the money for a Kindle. I got a million things on BookBub that are free that I can go on and get and read. There's so many things offered for free besides Kindle. And even a lot of the Kindles are free without. Amazon has a lot of stuff that's free just for the borrow. You know, you borrow kind of deal. It doesn't stay forever on your thing. So it's not a total loss. I'll be able to still be able to read. I have my Kindle. not real good with a Kindle Fire because it's a little complicated for me. I can read them on my phone, can read them on my computer. So, option-wise, I got a lot of places I can get, if I can only get BookBub on my Kindle, then I use my Kindle. I did order, I had credits left for my Audible, so I used the credits up before I canceled it, obviously. Yeah, so I can't do that. I can't keep that, unfortunately. It has to go. Courtney says budgeting is tough. Yeah. See, I was okay. And I was just getting ready, even though I hate it. I really do hate Wix. I was thinking about maybe learning how to use the Wix and maybe setting up. And I almost did that the other day. And I'm so glad I didn't do that now because I was going to pay. Also, I didn't want their ad on there. I was going to pay a monthly fee and make my own website. Well, I'm glad I didn't do that now because I never got that far. I never chose one. I never even set it. All I did was sign in. I didn't do anything else to it. I didn't get very far. So thank God I didn't spend that money. So I don't have to fight with them over that. But I won't be able to stream unlimited if I do stream at all, and that's understated. Who knows what's happening there because all they have is Wi-Fi. I already know that Wi-Fi doesn't work well. It's not strong enough to keep a signal. So plus if I'm not in a private room, like bedroom, we could share an apartment, but if I had my own bedroom, but if it's all it is a curtain between our two areas, there's no privacy. I can't be sitting there jabbering away, so I won't be able to do that. I'll have to go on other people's, put my headset on to keep it quiet and go on other people's sites and back the way it used to do before I learned how to do my own live sprints. Because she goes, you can keep your computer and there's Wi-Fi there. I can't afford cable though. Hi, Annuel. I can't afford cable though, so I won't have cable TV. Again, my kids, unless they have a sudden change of heart, I'm not gonna count on that because they're just not. I don't know what I raised. I thought I raised my kids better. Really did. But I had a big blowout with the one daughter, and she is holding a grudge. Even though I've apologized for my part. It wasn't just my fault. She started it. But I'm the one being punished. I'm glad you enjoyed it last night. I had a good time too, and I think that little bit of exposure will help you feel much more comfortable. Yeah, and I loved it. I told her, I says, his intro and outro were so well prepared. I mean, perfect. I mean, you didn't stumble over it or anything. They were perfect. Very well. You did very well. So I think it'd be great. I just realized that I scheduled a chat and a sprint at the same time. They overlap. And I really wasn't too happy with the chat anyhow. So I'm trying to get a hold of her, tell her, one, either take me off completely or I'm going to be late because I'm not going to miss the sprint. I plan to do the sprint. Like, she hasn't gotten back to me yet, so I don't know what's going on there. But I was not paying attention to the times, and I overlapped two of my choices. Not too smart sometimes. I'm not a big chatter anyhow, so I can eliminate the chat. She said she's going to be playing games, and I'm not a game player, so. Oh, you're welcome, Manuel. I thought you did very well yesterday. And like I said, your intros and your outros were so well prepared. I mean, I don't even give great intros and outros, and those were beautiful. So I think you did a wonderful job. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. It'll be a lot more people, but you'll get the experience of being in a larger crowd. And you don't really have to interact with the chat. It's not like you're going to have to interact with the chat. If there's somebody in there you want to interact with or answer, or somebody asks you a question and you want to answer it, remember you have to have your screen on and on mute so that you can do that and not, you know, interrupt the stream like we did getting started, which I do myself, so don't worry about that. But yeah, you want that screen open, so if you want to join in the chat, you can. Well, that's it. I wing it too. So it's, you know, pretty rustic. His were very well done, very neat, very prepared, no stumbling. You know, it's like, wow, not me. I just wing it. So, but that's the one thing. Since you can't post a comment when you're a co-host, you have to use your own, you know, screen. So make sure it's on mute, and then you can do your commenting if there's something you want to put in the comments, or somebody asks you a question and you want to write, you know, you have to have that screen open. Because the only time you have access to comments is when you're the host. Otherwise, you don't have access. You have to use the screen. I learned that out. I finally had to ask somebody. I said, I don't understand this. How am I supposed to comment? There's no spot down there to comment. So somebody explained it to me. I said, oh, because they don't explain much to you in StreamYard. They don't tell you much about how it works. So, yes, keep it on mute. Exactly. Because it will be heard like it came over the screen last night. You'll hear it. And you don't want to do that in the middle of the worldwide write-a-thon. You really don't. I'll probably do it. That's the kind of dumb thing I do. Even though I know better, it's probably the dumb thing I'll end up doing. I'm trying not to do that. And they will set up a list where you just click on it and it takes you from each one to the next one to the next one and so on. So, you know, whether or not you want to stay and watch them all, of course, you obviously don't have to. You can. But it's 36 hours. So before the 24 hours, like I did almost 24 hours, and a couple people did 24 hours. I don't think there's going to be too many people doing 36 straight hours. It's just very difficult to do 36 hours and stay awake. You'll be sleeping on your computer screen. So just watch as many as you can and write as much as you can and follow the lead of the host. Now, Lindsay's already said she doesn't know what she's doing. She's a little concerned. So I told her if she's got any questions, I can help her. I can help her because I've done it enough times. But she's only done it a few times. She's never co-hosted with, she's never had anybody as a co-host. So she does not know what she's doing. How did you miss that, Jen? That's all I've been talking about. Annual is doing it because he followed my lead, and I got him signed up with me. Yeah, I saw she wants to do a dry run, and I told her, I said, depends on timing. I don't know when you can do a dry run. I don't personally think, but I'm not the one who's the host, and she's the one who's feeling uncomfortable. So I can understand she wants to do a dry run, but I don't know if the timing will work for that. Well, yes, I'm doing 2 sprints, and I was signed up for 2 chats, but the one chat overlaps the sprint, so I'm not going to do that chat, or I'm going to be late to that chat, one or the other. I won't be there for the second one. I'm doing Laura's chat, and then the 2 sprints with Stephanie and Lindsay. And Lindsay doesn't know what she's doing. Poor Lindsay's out of her league, so I don't know what to tell her. Hopefully she'll be okay. It's overwhelming, and if she's never done it before, because I put in for host, and when I didn't get it, I was a little disappointed. Then I thought, you know what? No, you're not, because that's kind of scary. That's a lot of people. Never dealt with that many people at one time, so maybe I'm better off co-hosting. So I'm not so disappointed anymore. And then when she didn't show up and wasn't around, and I'm like, what if they make me do it? Because that's what I was so upset about. And they're like, just relax. We have people in place for things if anything like that happens. We have people in place to take over if they have to. Because there's a lot of technical difficulties and things like that they have, a lot of technical difficulties that can't be resolved, and they'll have to take them down and put somebody up in their place. Those kind of things do happen. I told I am open to do a dry run depending on time. She hasn't set a thumbnail or link yet. Stephanie Whitson is all set up and ready to go. She had to add Dal, though, so I don't know. Did she add Dal yet? Because she didn't have Dal on there. Dal came late. So if she has to set Dal up, I don't know if she did the new thumbnail. I know she was getting ready to do it, but I don't know if she did it yet or not. But yeah, she was ready from the get-go. And she's been on top of things from the start, whereas Lindsay's coming in at the end and has no idea what she's doing. I don't mind the dry run if it fits. I told her right now I'm streaming, so, and on Eastern Standard Time. I don't know what she is, so depending on the time that she sets up, I may or may not be able to do it. I'm not going to stream Friday night because it's early morning start with the WWW starting at 6 in the morning Eastern Time. So depending on when I feel like getting up and watching, I just may not go to bed. I might stay up all Friday night and just stay awake. But I gotta remember, I keep getting the timings mixed up. I gotta notate what time. Excuse me. What time I'm supposed to be where, so I don't end up missing anything. I'm on Saturday at 3. And I think Saturday night, and I think it's Sunday morning for Stephanie, if I'm not mistaken. But I could be. She is Central, Ren is Pacific. Well, see, that's going to be hard, because we're in Eastern. And during the day, I have things going on. A lot of doctor appointments. Seems that's all I do. Monday, I get injections in my knees. Can hardly wait. That is if they'll let me have them, because I've been on steroids for the last 5 days. So when I asked her, she said, you're going to have to ask them when you get here, because I don't know. You'll have to ask the actual doctor and nurse team when you get here whether or not, because what they give me is a lot of steroids. And I've been on steroids for 5 days already. So they may or may not want to do it. So I have to find out for sure. But I'm scheduled for knee injections on Monday. So time-wise, if they're on the, earlier part, if they want to wait till like say they're going to say, well, let's do it 10 o'clock at night or whatever, our time. It's going to be late on our time. Hi, Kate. How are you? Looks like we're all over the map with the time zones, so I don't know how that'll work. It's picking up in here. It was pretty earlier. Everybody kept popping in and say, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. And I'm like, where's everybody going? They're all leaving me alone. Keep telling me they'll come back. They'll come back. You haven't seen who? Kate for a minute? I posted it on the thing, and then I sent you the link, Jen, to the book names, trying to come up with a name. I need help. Angel's a new member of our little family. I consider you guys my family. Kay said to Jep. Kay said to Jep. Boy, I'm reading really good. I saw Yep, and I said Jep. Kay said to Jen, Yep, pulled 2 all-nighters in a week. For work. So I've been subsisting on Spite and fast food for a bit. Not quite conducive to writing. No, definitely not. I haven't worked for so long. I don't know if I could handle a job at this point in my life. Well, I know I can't physically. But I mean, I couldn't imagine going into the atmosphere and working a job, and a full-time job. And I used to, but I've been out of work since 2010, in the middle of 2010. So I don't know what working's like anymore. I have to rely on memories of work. Yeah, it was not my favorite week ever. Weekend was frankly way too short. I can imagine. I used to work a job that had mandatory overtime, and we worked 7 days a week. 7 8-hour days a week. And it just went on every week, 7 8-hour days, 7 8-hour days, on and on and on. It's like no time off whatsoever. And they were mandatory. So it wasn't oh, I don't feel like doing it this week, go to the next person in line. No, it was everybody mandatory overtime. And there were times when it wasn't that way, but most of the time it was mandatory overtime. And then they switched to a schedule where it was 2 12-hour shifts in a day. And so you work 3 days one week and 4 days the next. So you had 2 days on, 2 days off, a 3-day weekend on, and then you had 2 days off, 2 days on, and a 3-day weekend off. And then there was overtime on top of that. I'm like, look, 3 12-hour days in a row are hard enough. And you want us to work 4 and 5 and maybe all 7 12-hour days? I can't do it. I'm sorry. I had bad back trouble already at that time, and all that. It was heavy lifting. It was a factory. You used to have to carry those skids, you know, the pallets. I had to lift them up off the ground and put them up on the train track that we had. Had to lift them up before the boxes were on them. Not with the boxes. We used pallet jacks for that. But that's, you know, I had to do that, and it was like, it was a lot of, and lifting those boxes, the boxes were heavy, and lift them up over my head. I'm short, and it was terrible. And that was 7 days a week, and then the 12-hour days. So yeah, it wasn't easy, and it was mandatory. You knew when you signed on for the job that it was mandatory, and it could be 7 days a week. So, you know, it wasn't an option. Sometimes it was. Sometimes they only needed a few people, and then it would be, okay, you know, run down the list, you know, and stop wherever they stopped, they would start the next one. And if you know, you could say no, but they have certain rules on that too, because you couldn't just keep saying no. You had to work some of them. So I don't know how they keep track of all that. So that much work without a break literally lowers productivity so much, and that's not even getting into work ethics, into pain management, because we were all doing a lot of heavy work. It wasn't just sitting at a desk for that many hours. It was physical labor. Jen said, I could barely handle the 4 weekends of overtime that my job used to have. Factory, yeah, Kay says, oh, factory explains it. Well, that doesn't make it better at all. Absolute nonsense. No, it doesn't make it better. I was in better physical condition because of the job, but I was also had more injuries. So that's where my back really started becoming an issue, was at that job, because lifting big boxes up over my head, lifting those pallets up onto the tracks, too much for a little tiny girl. I was a little tiny girl. Still am a little tiny girl. I just put on some weight, but I'm still a little tiny girl. I'm not even 5 foot tall. So yeah, factory work. I love the job though. I mean, basically I love the job, except for that particular part of it. I did love it. I enjoyed packing most of the time. I mean, there were days that were utter, you know, the machines just don't want to work, and things were terrible, and the product was scrap. And, you know, there were some bad times, but for the most part, it was one of my favorite jobs. Kay says 4 weekends of overtime. Anytime a company has something like the required overtime, that just tells me they can't keep enough staff in hand, and they can't run a good business. Well, in the case of the factory where I worked, I mean, I can understand why, because they didn't always need that many people, so they would be laying people off. So rather than lay people off, they just made it mandatory overtime for the time periods required. I mean, they may have, sometimes they were long. They sometimes lasted months, but, you know, they didn't want to hire people and then have to, you know, lay them all back off. So Jen says, I work in a property tax office, Kate. Before everyone paid online, we used to be a lot busier, and we worked 2 Saturdays each in December and April, plus long days during the week. Yeah, you miss the overtime pay when it's gone. I enjoyed the pay. definitely on overtime. I didn't enjoy the work, but I did enjoy the paychecks. Nice paychecks, because we got paid pretty good at that factory. We were one of the highest paid factories in the area, which is why we were eventually laid off and moved down south, because they couldn't afford to keep paying us. So they laid us all off, moved the company down south. You only have to move down for so many years, and then you're allowed to move back and start at a lower pay rate. And that's what they did. So they don't pay that much anymore because they were too high. They said, we can't keep giving you raises when we're already over the norm. Kate says overtime pay is nice, but the stress though. Yeah, you couldn't plan anything. It's like, well, my ex-husband's like, well, I want to go do such and such. Well, I got to work all weekend. You guys can go. That would just piss me off, because he'd say, okay. I'm like, thanks. You're great. Just great. And then one day, it was a holiday weekend, and we were going away for the weekend, but I had to work till Saturday afternoon. And so that was the night I kind of lost it, and I started thinking about suicide. And I went and got a friend who knew what was going on. Hi, Jocelyn. And I went and got a friend, and I told her, and so she stayed with me all day till they came back from camp to pick me up for the weekend, and told him what had happened. And, the fact that they left me there made things worse. They left me alone. They went on their camping trip and left me home because I had to work. So, yes, 2 jobs feels like the same thing. I did that too. And I did 2 jobs, a full-time and almost full-time, and I went to school. Want to talk about knock yourself out? How you doing, Jocelyn? How's the baby coming? Poor Christina's really miserable. Miss all that energy now. Every time I look at her, she's sprawled on the chair with this look of just, you can see in her face she's feeling sick and tired. So she's going through a rough time right now. Kay says, that's awful, Tessa. I'm so sorry. Thank you. I survived. I made it, despite it all. I'm glad to hear you're doing good. I'm getting ready sometime here soon to go into assisted living. I need more care than just an occasional aide coming in for a little bit of time. And I only got her for 5 days a week as it is. So I'm on the list now for assisted living. So once Medicaid finds an open spot for me, I'll be moving out of here and into assisted living. And they have aides, of course, that work there. So, and then she says, well, Tessa, I heard a little story. I heard a little. Sorry you went through that. Thank you. It was rough. It was a rough time in my life. I made it through. I'm stronger now. And I don't have that husband anymore. So things are much better. He was not the nicest person in the world. He likes to think he's great. He likes to think we're friends. I don't tell him that I don't feel that way. I just let him go with, yeah, we divorced amicably, we're friends. No, we're not. I could like to choke the heck out of him, but just leaves things be. As far as he's concerned, we're just amicable you know, divorced people. I don't have to see them that much anymore, so I don't care. When the kids were so little, I had to deal with them, but they're grown-ups now. Cases assisted living sounds like it would be a good change in having someone available. Keeping my fingers crossed, Medicare funds an open spot with me. Well, it's actually Medicaid, not Medicare. It's a little bit, you know, harder because it's lower income type places that I'm going to be in. Nothing fancy, but hopefully quickly. Not too quickly though, because my daughter is now, because her husband's father passed away just recently, and they're helping the mother take and move out of her big huge house. So she goes, Mom, we can't move both of you at the same time. I'm like, I don't know when it's going to be. I'm on the list. You wanted me on the list? I'm on the list. She said, that's great, but I hope it's not soon. Lizzie says, hey, hi, Lizzie. I'm about to take a shower, but I'll be back later after I hit today's goals. Okay, Lizzie, we'll see you later. Yeah, Medicaid, not Medicare. I'm already in a program on Medicaid. The state has already approved it, and that's why I'm on this program. That's why I get an aid, and I get meals from them already. Well, 1 meal a day. Here, I'll get 3 meals. I'll get an aid. I'll have somebody help me get dressed and bathed every day, not just 5 days a week. You know, somebody will be there. There's nursing 24 hours, which, you know, I need something more than what I got. So yeah, it'll be much better. It'll be hard having a roommate. I don't know how close we're going to be because I don't know if it's a curtain between, you know, one big room, or if they build walls to make 2 little bedrooms. I don't know. We have to bring our own furniture. It's all I was told. So I don't know. Everybody's saying hi to Lizzie. Jocelyn says, I've been through depression all my teenage years. I was adopted and I've been through a lot. I'm grateful, but I was mistreated all my life and went through bullying and other stuff that you can imagine too. But like you said, we survived. We are here. Yes. I know you told me a lot of your story, and I'm really sorry. We talked about this the other night when there was a bunch of adoptees in the chat. You guys were all talking about it. So yeah, you're not the only one who went through it that night. We had a couple that in that night that had gone through the same thing. So yeah, we survived and we are here. So grateful to be here and alive. I tried to kill myself twice before because of all that, Tessa. It's good to know you'll be taken care of every day. Well, I also tried to kill myself before, and that was twice. The third time I went and said, look, they were going to send me home because I said, no, I'm not going to commit suicide, but I want to. And if you send me home, I might. But I promised my family I would not do that to them again. So please don't send me home. Keep me and help me. I need help. So they kept me. So I've been hospitalized twice. And now I won't do that. I'm in a different place. I'm depressed. I'm having a lot of anxiety. I'm not in a great place, and I'm really terrified about moving. But I'm strong now, and I can handle it. I made it. I made it. And you can make it. And you will make it. And your baby will be here soon, and you'll have that sweet little thing to love. Besides the sweet little thing you already have to love. You'll have a new little sweet little thing to love. So I understand all that, Jocelyn. I really do. I went through it myself. And it can be difficult. And I had a husband, but he was the cause of most of my issues. He just did not understand that. You were strong, keep saying it. Yes. Exactly. We learn ways of coping. You learn how to cope. Life is not perfect. Life will never be perfect, but you can cope with it. You learn how to cope with it. I learned how to cope with it. And I learned by seeing the looks on my children's faces when that happened and realized how much I hurt them. And I don't want to put that look, I don't want to put that look in their face again. I don't want to do it. So yeah, I made a decision that I will not, no matter how bad I feel, I will not do that. I will go to the hospital and tell them they have to do something, but I will not do that again. I will not try to do that again. It's not the way to handle it. So I'm glad you can handle stuff better now too. It's rough. You're young still. You got a ways to go. I've been around the block quite a few more times than you have. Just keep remembering that, you know. And you've got 2 little kids that need you. Well, almost. How much longer do you have left? Not too much, right? Should be pretty close. Let's see, you were 6. What are you about? 7.5, 8 months now? You're good to hear that. You're 7 months. Oh, I thought you said you were 6 when maybe it wasn't as long ago as I thought it was. I don't know. Lost track of time. All right, 7 months. So you've got a couple months to go. In a couple of months, you're going to be busy. You're going to have your little one, and you're going to have a brand new baby. Yep. Yep. You can get excited, and you start setting up for it and getting ready. It's been a month already? Wow. Well, Christina was 8 weeks, so she's got to be close to 3 months now then, if it's been 4 weeks. I know she don't feel well. She looks terrible. She's really dragging around, and she's like, I don't know. I have to go to the doctor and see what he says. She's having problems with her back and stuff. She goes, I don't know if I can keep doing this. So we better find out from that doctor because you don't want to hurt yourself. And once I move, I won't have to worry about it. You're working as a teacher assistant now. Oh, you're not doing aid work anymore? That's cool. Glad to hear that. Oh, I wish you great luck with that. She would be better after 3 months, probably because of the first trimester. Not always. Not everybody. Not everybody gets rid of that morning sickness. She's sick all day, and I was sick all day and all the whole time. So like mine never went away. So she, unless she's lucky and it goes away, she's not going to make this too much longer. And every time I look at her, she's sprawled out here on the chair. It's like, oh God, so tired. So I don't know. Well, she said she heard it, and then she'd been complaining about it. But of course, I didn't know she was pregnant at the time. I hadn't put 2 and 2 together yet. And I'm hoping she gets out past the 6th stage because she looks miserable. Yeah, your back is killing you from doing garden stuff. You got to be very careful. You could still hurt yourself. Oh, and she fell the other day, and she beat her arm up really bad, but thank God she didn't hit the baby, but she fell. And worrisome. But she's doing much better with the aid stuff anyhow, because I taught her the stuff you did. And so now I'm getting much better care. Of course, I'll be moving, I don't know when, but into assisted living, and that'll be a lot better off for me. And I'll have somebody every day, not just you know, a few hours, 5 days a week. Somebody helped me get ready for bed. Somebody helped me get up in the morning, get washed, dressed. You know, they clean, they do laundry, they do that stuff. They feed you 3 meals a day. You know, all that stuff that I can't do. So when I talked to my care manager, she said it's time. It's already approved by the state. That's the program I'm in. I just have to get the referral from the doctor and a place to go. So that's what I'm waiting on. Yeah, she's okay so far. Hope you get your place soon and I can still see you here. Yeah, that I don't know whether I'll be able to do live streams or not. If I'm in a shared room with a curtain, obviously can't be doing this. If I have a shared room, you know, shared unit, but we have like a wall in a bedroom, I might be able to, but their Wi-Fi, if it's not strong enough, I won't be able to stream because I had to get a special hookup for this because I couldn't do it. Being pregnant is hard on the body. Try having one when you're older. She's almost 40, and my daughter was 41, and yes, it is hard on the body. And the older you get, the harder it is. I thought 30 was bad. I had my first two at 21 and 22, and that wasn't anywhere near as bad as 30. And I can't even imagine 40. Christina's close to 40. My daughter was 41, and I know she said, oh my God, never again. I think we got a lot of people here wondering, what are we talking about? They're being patient, probably writing in the background. Hopefully they're writing in the background. So yeah, I'm glad to see you, and I'm glad you got the job at the school as a teaching assistant. That's good. Because I'm sure it was getting harder on you doing that, all that physical stuff. I waitressed with my last two children, and I waitressed up to the very end. I came home from work with the one, and got out of the car and said, call our friends back. They had just left when I passed them coming home. And I said, call them back. I'm in labor. So I know how hard it is to work at the end. And I was, you know, physical labor. And with the third one too, I worked up to the last couple of days just before I had him. And I was on my feet the whole time. So Jen says she thinks it was even harder on the psyche. I love being pregnant. I don't like the giving birth part. Jocelyn says, good luck to all the writers here. Yeah, we're getting ready to go into what they call NaNoWriMo, National Novel Writing Month. And it's almost time for the next one. So we're in preparation for the one in April. So, yeah, everybody's working. It's nice to see you again, Jocelyn. And good luck with your baby. And I think, guys, we better get started on another sprint because we haven't done anything except talk. Jocelyn says to Jen, it is hard. I love it. It is hard, but I just love teaching kids and being around them. Mine is misbehaving lately, but I'm trying. She is on her terrible 4s, I guess. We're just a change of new baby. She could be upset about the fact that somebody's coming to take her place. She's 4 years old. I was about that age when my brother came along. So I loved the thought of being a mommy. That's what it was to me. I was going to be a mommy. Let her think that maybe she'll be a mommy and maybe she'll be happier about it. Maybe she'll help you with the baby. It helped me when I was little. I was about 4. All right, go go fold your clothes, and lots of love. Good night. Okay, everyone. So let's get another sprint style in here, since I know we kind of monopolized the conversation. So let's get a timer up. A 30-minute timer on the thing. I hope that's okay. If not, just stop writing early. And we'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Courtney says the long break gave me time to take a shower, so I have no complaints. Okay, cool. Jocelyn says she was crazy yesterday at Walmart. Everything was look mommy for baby brother, but I'm scared. She'll be fine. When he comes, the little mommy instinct take over, and let her do little things to help with the baby. Let her be a little mommy. Let her help her maybe fold his clothes, and sit in a chair and let her hold him with, pillows for support, of course. You can do it. Everybody's done it at one point or another if they've had babies close together, so you can do it. Then you take care of yourself. Bye now. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, I was doing Kindle. It's like, what was I doing? I know I was doing something. Doing Kindle. Working my way through my long list of stuff I have to do. I have to cancel all my auto debits so they're not coming out of the account. I don't know whether to do them now and just pay by check till they're, till I finally move, because I don't know how long it's going to be. If it's going to be another year, I'd rather leave everything the way it is. But if it's going to be in the next month or so, I'd rather, get them stopped. So, because I have to close that account. I can't have, there won't be money going into it. They'll be charging me money for not having enough money in the account. I don't want that to happen. So it's kind of like, I like things planned out. I don't like things being dropped on me, niggly wiggly, not knowing what's going on. I need to know what's going on. So I hope they don't drag this out too long, but I hope kind of hope it's not this month, because like I said, I know they're really busy with his mom. I don't want to be the pain mom coming in that has to move it, and she's just lost a husband, so she's in a worse position than I am. So, if I could wait a month or two to make life easier on them, because I need them. I need my daughter and, my son-in-law to help me. And I don't want to take away from what they're doing now. They already started helping her. So, I can't help it, though, if they come and say, that place is still open. We talked about Friday. Do you want it? It's going to be like, I'm going to have to take it, because it may be years before another opening opens up. You have to be in the right place at the right time for this kind of thing. So, okay. So let me get back to my work. You guys, whatever you're going to work on, go ahead and do whatever you want to do. I'm not exactly writing right now. I'm doing things I have to do. And I have to start downsizing in here. I have to start going through paperwork, and getting rid of paperwork means a lot of shredding. I've got to go through clothes. I have too many clothes that don't fit. I have to get rid of them. And then things that I probably won't be taking with me. All that kind of stuff. So we'll see. I'm making a list, checking it twice. I just don't care who's naughty or nice. uh, all right, let me get back to what I was doing. I'll talk to you guys in a little bit. I'm back. I'm just watching the timer countdown. I see Lizzie's back. Well, back and back. Back and then she left, and she'll be right back. Okay, though. That's good. Sometimes all that energy can be a boon instead of a drag. I just got my email for our meeting in person. He can't exactly say in person. We're doing it on Google Meet, but my real life writing group that used to meet in person. Let me turn this off. The group that we used to meet in person at the library. Now we have to meet over Google Meet. I can go now because I don't have to physically take myself there, because that was one of my problems I had. So I can join in now. The meeting always includes a prompt. This one's a little bit more difficult. So now I got something I have to work on, even though I'm supposed to wait to that night and take 10 minutes and just write a quick prompt. I need time to process. And so I'm going to have to work on that tonight. I haven't written too much tonight. I've been doing a lot of other things. And I'm going to have to, I just stopped buying stuff on Amazon. A bunch of Kindle books from that series, Writer's Craft series, 34 books. I didn't buy all for 34 books, but I did buy quite a few of them. And they're all on my Kindle Cloud, or my phone Kindle. So I have several different ways. If I go to the hospital, I have something I can read. Oh, we've got somebody here. Funky Side. Good evening. Long time no talk. You're right. Has been a while since I've seen you. How are you doing? Well, Lizzie's back and gets an extra day of spring break tomorrow. Well, that's good. I'm sure that's appreciated. Yeah, I'd say it's been a few months, Funky Side. I've seen you a couple times on other sprints, but I haven't seen you in here for a while. You're doing great, and you're now editing your third draft. Good. Great news. I don't know what edit number I'm on. I'm still on book 1, and I just decided to make it a series. So, long drawn out process, creating a series. I'm not even done with book 1 yet, and I'm already planning a whole series. I get a little crazy sometimes. Hopefully it'll work and it'll turn out, but you never know. I'm never sure. So how did the rest of you do while we had that nice little break? Kate says, I wrote a sentence and then I got a scene idea for way better in the story and outlined that. Oh, way later in the story. Where did I see better from? Wow. Way later in the story and outline that. I do love when my brain feeds me spicy ideas. Yeah, that's cool. I get a lot of those, and I got like millions of papers all over the place because of that. Lizzie says, this is why I never outline. Though making one keeps me from writer's block, I always go off it. It doesn't necessarily keep you from writer's block because you just become blocked when you're trying to write the outline. Whether you're writing a story or writing an outline, you still become blocked. You have to stop and think about it. So don't let that fool you. Don't let that fool you. Anybody else get anything done? I've got a headache. Just realized that now. Oh, that's because I didn't get enough sleep. My aide calls me up early this morning, and since I wasn't planning on her calling me early, I was up late last night. So she kind of interrupted the little bit of sleep I was able to get. A slight headache. So I will probably take some ibuprofen and see if I can kick that out. Lizzie says, wait a minute. I got to get back to right here. Kate says, sorry, not Lizzie says. Kate says to Lizzie, same here. I can't write without an outline, but I'm forever going off the rails. I love seeing the story come to life, but if we could just stick to the plan. Can't stick to the plan. That's why I think it's a waste of time. Just write it, and when you have to make it, when you make a change, you make a change. You don't have to change the whole outline. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people believe in them, but I don't. Jen got 795 words. That's a good amount of words. Very good. Glad you're back on track. Lizzie says it gives me an idea where I should go at least, but Pantsing Lizzie knows best. Yes, Pantsing Lizzie knows best. I believe that. Because Pantsing Tessa knows best too. And I know not everybody feels that way. There will always be plotters versus pantsers. It's always age-old argument. Funky Sai says, my brain is weird. If I try to write an outline, my brain freezes and comes up with nothing. But if I just start writing from a nugget of an idea, scenes just come to me as I go. And that's because you're a pantser. That's how pantsers do it. It's all there in your head, just ready to come out. But if you try to write it out, yeah, I find the same problem. I love being a pantser. Funky says, nice, Jen Mooney. Jen writes a lot of words when she's got her mind on what she's doing and is writing and not doing a lot of other things. Lizzie says to Kate, I just started outlining and I literally only write 2 sentences per chapter in the outline and I still go off it. Yeah. I'm thinking I'm going to have to do some sort of outline for these books that I'm doing, and I don't think it's going to work. I have a feeling it's going to be a big disaster. Annual says I got 224 and some mystery story idea prompts. Yes. And I will add a short story to my list of things to do. Great idea. I love story prompts. I think they're great. I don't make them myself. I get them from other people because I can't come up with ideas. So I use, prompt sites, but they work great for me. And I've created one full story, and I'm working on, well, almost full. I had to stop because it was getting a little dark, and she doesn't want dark on our channel. And then I started the second one, so now I'm on another one. And these are all prompt stories, and they're great. So Jen said it's a start. Kate said the Lizzie, that's a talent in and of itself. I'll chalk it up to writing inspo, hitting at the right time. Yeah, definitely. Lizzie says to Kate, totally. I don't get the best ideas till I'm actually writing the book. I find they come as you're writing. They just keep coming. They're like, it's like a dam breaks and they just come piling out. Kate says to Funky Sigh, that makes sense. Like in an outline, it just sort of goes blah. But on the writing page, it just comes to life. Lizzie says, pantsing feels like finding treasure. Exactly. I believe that. Kate says to Lizzie, oh my God, same. Frustrates me to no end since I need the blueprint to write, but it always changes when I just feel what the story needs. Pantsing's the way to go, I'm telling you. Jen says, I cannot outline. I always go my own way, but if someone really wants me to, I'll try. That's what I used to hate about the teachers at school. I always wrote my research papers. I always got A pluses. And then they're like, where's the outline? And I'm like, crap. I left it home. Sorry. And then I'd have to go home and try to create an outline because I didn't use an outline. I didn't write it with an outline. I had to come up with an outline. That was always fun. A plus research papers, and they're complaining because they didn't have an outline. Lizzie says being a pantser has its cons, but the pros always outweigh those cons. Everything has cons. Everything has pros. All depends on how you look at it. Lizzie says, I've never been to such a pantser stream before. I think a lot of us in here are. I don't think there's too many outliners. And Y'all Right says, I'm sorry, I'm the person who believes if I outline, I have already written story, do not need to actually write it. Pantsing, and Y'all knows best as well. Yeah. See? Yeah. Definitely. Lizzie says, I found my people. Yes, you found your people. Lizzie says, my dad has a hard time believing that writing a whole novel is easier for me than writing a whole outline for school. That's because he's probably not a pantser where he'd understand. Lizzie says, if you can write a whole book, you can write a short outline. If the outline has one sentence, yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. Kate says to Funky Sigh, I can relate to that a bit. Surprisingly, my outlines are idea soup. I jot it down over weeks, attempted to organize, and then I can write. But if I go into an outline cold, nope. Jen says outlines are evil. I second that. They are evil. Lizzie says, screw outlines, let's be free. We're the outline free group. Kate says to Ennial, oh, I've noticed that too. My outlines are too detailed. It's like I already wrote the thing. And yeah, don't need to actually write it. That's what I was saying when I was doing that, my first outline, right? And I'm like, why am I doing this? It's like writing the story. I might as well just write the story. It's still got to be in your head. You still got to have the information. If it's in there, just write the story. It's crazy. Courtney says, yeah, I'm officially done writing full outlines. It never works. There's another one. Funky Side says, I pantsed the paper in college that was supposed to be researched and written the entire semester. Did it the day before. Oh, I always did it the day before. The night before. I was up all night the day before. So I would go in the morning dead tired from being up all night writing a paper, which I write the whole thing that night. And says to Kate, yes, exactly. Lizzie says, I used to outline when I was little in my own style, and I wouldn't let myself write until the outline was done. I ended up giving up on those books. Outlines are evil. Jen says, even if I write an outline, I always go off the rails. I spent all of June last year writing an outline that I didn't want to write, and I felt it was a waste of time. And then I go to try to use the outline, and within an hour, it's that long, it was in the trash can. Nope. Back to the way I usually write. Lizzie says, if I can't finish the outline, I can't finish the book. That's simple. Oh, poor 13-year-old Lizzie. Kay says, laughing my ass off at Funky Side. All the papers I wrote in the night were A's, and almost everything I wrote in weeks was B or C. Yep, me too. I always got A pluses. Wrote them the night before, no outlines, and then sent home to get an outline, which I had to then throw together something that was acceptable to the teacher. So I was writing an outline after the fact. The paper was already written. Funky Side says to Kate, I think that's a grin. Lizzie says to Kate, same. I write last minute the best. Kate says to Lizzie Lakes, oh no, the book just has that flow and the outline sometimes just does not. Yep. Definitely. Courtney says, I wrote a final exam paper 2 hours before it was due, got an A+, and the professor says it was the most engaging, beautifully written essay he'd read in years. Now that's great praise. Funky Side says, yes, wow. Kate says to Courtney, now that is iconic. Funky Side, my people. Yeah, they're your people. Lizzie says, as soon as I stopped outlining and just made brief notes of the plot and characters, I don't even follow that. I started finishing my books. Good job. Kate said, there's no motivation quite like last minute panic. Definitely. Definitely. Lizzie says, this is the best stream ever. Well, thank you, Lizzie. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. We have some good times in here. Kay says, I'm cackling since I always thought I was a plotter, but on what grows, I'm just sort of not. It just flows. There you go. And you might find from now on, things just flow a lot better than if you try to plot it. Lizzie says, Panthers are the unicorns of the writing community. Courtney says, you all are definitely my people. Chaotic rebel writers. Wow, this is great. I'm enjoying this. Danielle says, now I know why I love the stream. Last minute A students. Yep. Kate says, cookies all around. Jen says, I do enjoy a character outline, though. I don't really get into them either. My characters just kind of develop the same way my stories do. As he says, let's put on our horns and dance on rainbows, everyone. Oh, you guys are great. This has been a great time. Funky Side says to Lizzie Lakes. Looks like, what are they, tears? Tears of joy? Never, ever, ever. According to Lizzie. Yep, guys. It definitely is, in my opinion, a pantsing world. I am not an outliner, not a plotter. I don't want to be. It's just a waste of time. It ruins everything if you have to write everything down first. You might as well just write it. If you want to call it a zero draft, call it a zero draft, but write it. You know, that's what some people call them, zero drafts. Lizzie says, I have to go again. Be right back. Okay, we'll see you when you get back. No problem. Wow. Funky Sai says, for me, that first draft is like I'm the reader discovering the story for the first time. So I get surprised and shocked like a reader. I don't know. They just kind of like develop into my head, you know, and sometimes I don't even really think them out. The nugget starts, that, you know, that first little egg of the seed or whatever you want to call it, and it just grows. And there is, you know, I don't need to do anything. It just grows. Just keeps going. Funky Sai says, have you been streaming for 5 hours? 5.5. Who's counting? Yes, I've been streaming for almost 5.5 hours now. Kate says to Funky Sai, yes, exactly. I've heard first drafts called discovery drafts, and it's so true. Fabulous fun. Yeah, there's a zero draft, which is kind of like what I would consider an outline if you're going to have an outline. You know, that initial word vomit, as people like to refer to it. The word, you know, the word vomit that you split out all over the paper is like a zero draft. You don't call that your first draft. And then you start working on it and it becomes a draft. Because that's how I've heard people refer to it. Funky size to Kate. Yes, perfect. That's perfect. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Didn't realize I had so many pantsers in my group. It's the only way. I mean, I don't say I don't take notes because sometimes I can't remember all the names. I have a lot of characters and stuff like that, or, you know, their ages or what they drive, or, you know, what their business is. Sometimes some of that won't stick in my head, but that's the most that I will do. And Funky says, I need one more sprint if you have it. Oh, yeah, we're still going. So we can go ahead and start one now. Let me put up the timer. 30 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. All righty, and we're off. And I'm going to get something to eat. So I will be back, and then I will decide on what my next project is. See you all soon. Okay, another one down. I ate something and then I worked on my prompt for my writing group. It was about museum, what we, like an exhibit, or what do we think something in our real life today would look like in an exhibit, and what would we tell people. I decided to write about dinosaurs. I always loved dinosaurs in the museums. And I picked one that I loved, which is my favorite, to find out that it's not really a dinosaur, that they took it out of the dinosaur list and they brought it back, but it's not really, I guess there's still a lot of people don't believe it's a real dinosaur, and that's the brontosaurus. I love the brontosaurus, the long neck, the long tail. I think I just love them. Plus, they're not meat eaters. They eat plants, so they're gentle, as opposed to the meat eaters that will rip you apart in a second. So that's what I did. So what have the rest of you been doing? Okay. Lizzie says, I'm back to the third and final time. Lizzie said, drinking cranberry juice before doing a sprint on my own time to finish chapter 14 and be done for the day. It has been a great writing weekend. I'm glad to hear that. Lizzie says, and I've been to 4 streams this weekend, something I haven't done since I quit writing. I'm me again. Well, that's wonderful news, Lizzie. I'm glad to hear that. Funky Sai says, congratulations to Lizzie. Funky Sai said, got to the end of my chapter, so perfect way to end. Great job. And you're right. It's a great way to end. Lizzie says to Funky Sai, thanks. You're doing awesome as well. Shannon said, I got 617, but I ate dinner too. Good number, especially with eating dinner at the same time. I find it hard to type when I'm eating. One-handed typing isn't very easy. Usually messy too. Funky Sai says to Lizzie, thanks. Lizzie says, after my final sprint, I should have 8K for the weekend total. That's a good job. 8K. Good job. Jen says, kind of mixing in Sunday chores as I work. Yeah. That's something that has to be done, unfortunately. Kate says, I spent a very short 30 minutes on social media. Oops. Oh, well. Funky Sai says to Lizzie, melting face emoji. Lizzie says, darn it, enter button. Yeah. I hate that. I'm hitting it and I go to hit the backspace and the thing goes boop. I'm like, no. Kay says to Lizzie Lace, congrats on that word count. Yeah, that's a good word count. Good job. Jan says, that sounds like a great weekend to Lizzie. Lizzie says, tomorrow I want to write 4 chapters. I won't be focusing on word count because a large word count won't get the book done. You focus on whatever you have to do to get done what you have to get done. Whatever works. Lizzie says, Funky Sai, Kate, and Jen Mooney, thanks. Funky Sai says, great job, everyone. I'm off to take the dogs out and go to bed. Thanks, Tessa. You're very welcome, Funky Sai. Hope to see you again. We're a nice little group. So keep your eyes out. I stream 5 nights a week usually on my channel, once on somebody else's channel. So Monday is usually the only night I don't stream somewhere. Lizzie says a book could be 200K words long and only on chapter 8. It's the chapters, not the words. I have to remind myself. Yeah, well, I've got chapters that are 30 to 40 pages long, and then I have one, it's not even a full page, as my beta readers pointed out to me. I'm like, well, I don't know what else to do about it. I don't know how I'm going to stretch that other one out and break up the other one that's super long. Lizzie says, because I only have 2 new chapters this weekend. Yesterday I only did edits. Edits are important too. That's what I'm on now. Edits and rewrites. I hope to get it edited, and then I'm going to post it on my blog, and I hope to read it out loud on my YouTube. So we shall see. I do have a deadline of May 1st to get my editing and rewrites done to send to the editor, who is Melanie, by the way. And we'll see how many changes I have to make after that. Mamma mia. That's just the first book. And I've got like 5 to 8 more planned at this point. So we'll see. We'll see. Oh, let's see. Got a few things I missed here. Lizzie says my boring chapters always end up 20 pages long. Yeah, I've been told they have way too much repeated content in them. So I got to rewrite. But I already did one and it didn't get much shorter. Jen says, I hope to have a very productive weekend next Saturday and Sunday. Well, you figure with all the amount of sprints available, as long as you got the time to watch them, should be able to get a lot written. Lizzie says, so do the exciting ones. Yeah, next weekend's going to be a lot of writing. And hopefully I'll be able to make it, even if I give up sleep, which I do all the time, I'm going to try to I'm reading the thing over here at the same time I'm talking. I can't do that. I want to watch as many of them as I can, plus I'm on two of them, and then one of the, 2 of the chats, but the one, I don't know how I'm going to do it when it overlaps the other. I'm doing the sprint. I'm not doing the chat. Lizzie says she's an overwriter. I'm an underwriter. And not for an insurance company. Jen says, I just need to shut down life around me. Unfortunately, we can't do that. Well, there's Greg. Hi, everyone. Have a nice nap. Yes, Tessa is still streaming, Greg. Should be used to this by now. Lizzie says, going to write my own time now, but still will have the stream open. Going to write on my own time now, but still will have the stream open. Okay. Well, have a good night if we don't see you again or hear from you. Jen said, what's a chat? Just a break between sprints? They're running during the sprint times, but some people said if they don't feel like sprinting, they'd rather just chat. They have chats, and some people have an agenda, some people don't. Laura Nettles, of course, is going to be talking about horror, so I joined hers. And then I joined another one, and she's going to be playing games. I'm like, games? I'm not a games person. And then I realized that hers is overlapping one of my sprints. So I'm not giving up my sprint for a chat. So, has Tessa found her series name? Not completely. I've had one person, and oh yeah, I wanted to ask you. You said, Jen, because you confused me with that. When I was reading it, you said make it the Angel Choice series and then corrected it with Cove. But did you mean the word series, or did you mean the word murders, or what did you mean? Make it the Angel Cove what? That's where I was confused. Angel Cove what? So that was what I was wondering about. Melanie just gave me another idea. She said each book could have its own title, and then underneath it could say something like a Murder in Angel Cove story. Another good idea. Jen says Greg. Jen says, well, that's not the title. I would just add the Angel Cove series just under the title. Titles will be separate. So you're agreeing with Melanie that each book should have a title and then be called the Angel Cove series. I think that's what I just read that Melanie said. But then I have to come up with a title, and I don't know what the heck to call them. It was a lot easier to call it a Murder in Cove series. And Angel's Cove. A Murder in Angel's Cove. Actually, it had a different name because I called it a Murder in Cove Bay. And then as I got to the end of one of my raid throughs, I said that, wait a minute. They didn't die in Cove Bay, so I can't call it Cove Bay. That's where they live, but that's not where the murders were. So, well, that's not the title. We just add Angel Cove series just under the title. So the kind of a subtitle. Titles would be separate, but I was kind of like going with, Murder in Cove Bay, and then the subtitle would be the name of the people that it involved. Was one of my ideas. I had a bunch of ideas. They're not all my ideas. Some of them are other people's. Greg says once she finds it, it will be a killer name. Good one, Greg. Good one. Jen says, God, I swear I can type. But for the first book, you can stick to your original title. Yeah, because it's the first one and it starts off. You need somewhere to start. You can't just pop out of nowhere with an Angel Cove series without having an Angel Cove to begin with. Does that make sense? Greg says, I'm fine, Jen. How are you? Kate says, I was thinking the same as Jen. Angel's Cove series could be series, but the title of the first book stays as is. I think it has to, in order to establish Angel Cove, it would have to be the first name in the series. And then the rest would have titles of some kind. God only knows what. Because I was going to kind of use like their names as subtitles. But that won't work if I'm going to do it this way. Part of the Angel Cove series. I've also got this posted on my blog, so people may give me some ideas there. I'm going to listen to what everybody says and come up with an idea. Jen says, I was thinking that you leave murder out of the title for a little surprise to the reader. My thought with that was the fact that some people want to know an idea of what the book is about. And I had originally called it Dark Obsessions because of the obsession. Well, you haven't read it, so you wouldn't know with the first person in the story. And she had an obsession. So I was calling it Dark Obsession, but there were so many books with the same name. I said, I don't want to use the same name as everybody else. So I had to look for something else. And I thought, well, why not just make it simple and easy and just make it a murder in... I've heard other books called that. I mean, well, not Cove Bay, but, you know, a murder in such and such or whatever. So it's not unheard of. But I am overthinking, she says. Greg says, one thing about the title. It would be tricky to give the right impression. Since the murders happen in the background, don't make it sound like it is a detective or readers might react badly. Well, that's it. The story plot incidentally has a murder in it, but it's not the idea about the whole story. The whole story is the infidelity. The murders are the outcome at the end of the story. So it didn't have to go into being a murder. The story is the infidelity. So the first one, well, see, that's the thing. You still need, the first one needs, you have to, there has to be something to indicate the series. So the first one would probably have to remain that. Although it could be called something, you know, with infidelity, since that's the main. But it's also obsession. There's obsession in there and infidelity. So I'm not exactly sure how to name that. The rest could become the Cove Murder series, but they would need names, and that's going to make it a little harder. Book 2 starts off being sweet and innocent and young love and planning their first wedding, and then I decided that something awful has to happen. And that sweet little wedding they had planned is kind of derailed. Maybe not forever, but derailed. So what would I call that one? Trying to come up with titles for each of these stories might be a little hard. I don't want to give it away. You know, bad enough a lot of people know about the beginning of the story already. Jen says, I am good, Greg, just babbling as always. Craig says maybe something with the word temptation, like Angel's Code, Lethal Temptations. Oh, I like that one. Or maybe Dark Temptation. I think Dark Temptation, Dangerous Temptation, Dangerous Obsession, they were all ones that I used. And when I Googled them, I found so many other people had used those names that I backed away from them. Angel's Cove, Lethal Temptations. That's a good idea. And then it could still be the Angel Cove series for the next rest of the book. And they would just have a single name at the top. They wouldn't include because the Angel Cove would be underneath it, a part of the Angel's Cove series. So I kind of like that one. I was thinking about this earlier. I thought maybe I should just ask people if they have any ideas, because I'm not sure what I should do. And when it was a single book, it wasn't as difficult, but suddenly it became and grew into a monster. Chen says you could go with something like Unfaithful for the first one. Well, there's the Unfaithful, and then there's the Obsession. It starts out with Obsession before it goes to the Unfaithful. The Obsession is first. Because there's two different, I guess you would say, storyline running there. He's not unfaithful with the one he's obsessed with. So it's kind of two like different stories. Of course, I could add my Dangerous Obsession back in. If I call it Angel's Code first, that changes it. It's not the same as everybody else's. How about I Married a Jerk? That's the name of my life story. That should be my memoir. I Married a Jerk. No, I know there's not a title that hasn't been used, but there were just so many. It wasn't like there was just one or two. There were a lot of them. And I'm like, wow. I want something just a tad bit different. I don't want somebody to pick it up and say, oh, I already read this book, because they remembered reading something titled the same thing. I was looking for something different. But I could actually add Dark or Dangerous in front of these now if I put the Angel's Cove in front. Of the Obsession one, anyhow. But like I said, it's not just obsession. There's infidelity in there as well. Sex, Lies, and Videotape. I know that one's been taken. There's Sex and Lies. There's no videotape. A little outdated. Yeah, that's my new memoir name. I Married a Jerk. Cases. This is laughing out loud. I Married a Jerk is hilarious. You haven't been for all of our discussions that Jen and I, and even Greg's had quite a earful of the stories of my marriage to the jerk. So he thinks he's God's gift to women. He honestly does. And the thing that used to piss me off is all the women used to always gather around them and always wanting to be with him, and they were always hanging around. We never had time alone if we were out because they were always hanging all over him. And I was like, what the hell are you doing with all these women? Nothing. It's like, I don't think that it was nothing. But at the time, I decided to believe him that it was nothing. Over the years, I found out differently. But, yeah, I married a jerk. I couldn't publish that one for sure because I'd be sued. He'd sue me for that. That's why when I wrote the memoir, it sounds nice and it's true to a point, but it doesn't go into everything that happened. Because if I put, he got mad enough when I wrote that in a letter. He'd really freak out if he saw that online somewhere. Greg says, if you want to suggest what happens in the story, then it will be a title which has been used before. Every combination of obsession, temptation, murder has been used. Yeah, but what I was thinking though is if we were to put the Angel Cove in front of it, that changes it. It's not the same then. There's some difference. You know what I mean? There's a variance there. If I put the Angel Cove in front of it. Temptations is probably better because that can cover both unfaithfulness and obsession. So it's probably the better title. So that's probably, at this point, my favorite one. And then afterward, I would have to come up with a title for each one and put an Angel Cove mystery. I guess Angel Cove mystery. I wouldn't have to say murder. I could just say Angel Cove mystery. Because maybe I'll decide to have them rob the bank instead or something like that. It would just be a mystery. They don't all have to be murders. Okay, Jen. Good night, Lizzie. If you want a unique title, then you have to go for something like the Flying Penguin. That could refer to a detail like the design on a brooch. I think that's brooch or something. I think that's one of those words that's different for both countries. Yeah, because there's mysteries that aren't murders. They don't all have to be murders. Come to think of it, they don't all have to be murders. Well, that was quick, Jen. Greg says it to Jen only during reruns if you get the reference. Uh, well, I'll be back. Every time I hear that, I think of the Terminator. I'll be back. Yeah. So Angels Cove Mysteries. And they don't have to all be murders. I could get into other kinds of mysteries, like stealing and stuff like that. Might take some research. Not that I know much about murders. I don't, but that was kind of where I was going. But if I do just mysteries, I can do anything. They don't all have to be murders. Cool idea. So my favorite one is Greg so far, with the little slight change that I put in there. Lethal Temptations for the first one. Then after that, I will have to come up with different names. And they'll be all part of the Angel Cove Mysteries. Angel's Cove Mysteries. I like that. Okay. We're getting somewhere. And I took a water pill. So guess where I have to go? Sorry, too much information. I'm going to start a sprint and then I've got to go. So I'm going to start a sprint. I will be back. Set the timer. Start it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yes, I was sprinting to the bathroom. and, and I mean sprinting. I can't breathe now because I was moving so fast. But I wasn't sure I was going to make it. All right, back to our regularly scheduled program. Well, I was just looking at some of the posts on Melanie's blog, and there's a book on there that sounds fantastic. Really interesting. She's reviewing books, so that one kind of caught my interest. Let me see. There's nothing new here. Did anybody get anything done? I'm not even sure I finished that prompt story, tell you the truth. Now that I'm thinking back on it, I'm not even sure I finished it. I see Jen left again. I don't know if she came back. You're getting breakfast ready. You're actually cooking at home, not going out today? I gotta remember I can't stay up all night tonight. Because I have to get up at 9:30 to go to get my knees done. Huh. Staying up all night's not a good idea. Not at all. Anybody left besides Greg? Did I lose everybody? Just a yogurt and small things, no cooking. Okay. Gotcha then. Ah, there's Kate. 238 for me, and I think I'm going to call it a night. Work tomorrow, and I'm attempting to be less of a zombie in the mornings. Ugh. Thanks for hosting, Tessa, and happy writing, everyone. You're welcome, Kate. Thanks for being here. Like I said, I can't have a late night either. I have an early morning appointment at the doctor's office. So I can't be, and my sugars, and that's the other thing, my sugars are super, super high because of all these. They may not let me have it tomorrow, but I have to go all the way in there to go through the whole hassle just to find out whether or not they'll do it. That really sucks. Oh well. What can I do about that? Not much. Not much. I can somehow bring my insulin levels down, well, my sugar levels down beforehand. It might not be so bad, but if it's high, they're probably going to say no. And I've been on steroids for 5 days, and they're going to give me more steroids, and that's going to make them even higher. So they're probably going to say no. And I hate that, to drive all the way over there just to be told no. But they don't answer the phone, so calling on the telephone probably won't get me too far. I mean, I could try it, but the chances of them actually doing it and answering are slim. I can't have any more food tonight. Shoot. I just remember they get really cranky when it's high, normally high. And now it's going to be sky high because of the steroids, and they're going to give me more steroids. They're going to say no. I have a feeling they're going to say no. I'd rather call the office and hope I can get through. And drive all the way over there only to be told no. We can't do it. And I've been waiting all this time. I haven't put my continuous glucose monitor on because I can't do it through an x-ray. And I just had x-rays last week, and now I'm supposed to get, you know, when they do your injections, they use x-rays. So tomorrow I was going to try to put the new continuous glucose monitor on. But if I don't have the procedure done, then I'll have to wait even longer before putting that on. At the rate we're going, I'll have a place to live before I get that sucker on. And then I won't be able to use it because I don't know if they'll let me use it there or not. I don't know how all that works. How the medical part works. I think it's just you and me right now, Greg. Even though it's showing there's 5 people. I think it's just you and me. Because Kate just left. She may not have signed off yet. But nobody else is. Jen hasn't come back. I didn't see NUL leave, but I don't see him. So he may have left. It's kind of late for him, so he's probably already gone. Oh, there she is. I was wondering if you're coming back. I think it's just you, Greg, and I. Everybody else is gone. I was just bemoaning the fact that I'm probably going to have to drive all the way to this doctor's office to be told they can't do it because my sugars are too high because I've been on steroids for 5 days. And they're going to give me more steroids, and I don't think they'll give me more steroids when I'm already got high sugars. And I can try calling the office, but the chances of a person picking up that phone are real slim. Well, I found out that one of those people is me because I'm signed in. So all that time we always wondered about that little number sitting in the corner. that was me. I never thought about the fact that if I was signed in, I'd be signed in as a person. So one of them's me. But I don't know who the other extra person is. Because you and Greg are two. And sometimes it says 0 when I'm signed in. So I don't know. This thing is weird. You can't trust it at all. Very untrustworthy. Which one is... Yeah, it says 4 here, too. I had to figure out how to pin that comment up there. That was fun. Figured it out, though. Not so dumb after all. And I was looking at Melanie's blog, and there was a book on there. It sounds really great. A little confused, but oh well. Yeah. All right, let's see. I've seen other people do that in their streams. You have to. It's the only way I can. If somebody posts a link, the only way I can do it is to be on my actual stream. And if I want to use the @ I have to be on the actual stream. Those things don't work in StreamYard. So that's why I have to be in my own stream. I had to finally ask somebody how they did that because I said, I can't do it on mine. They said, that's because you have to be in your own stream to do it. Yeah, it's quiet now. This is a good crowd tonight. Perfect amount of people. Yeah, quite a discussion going on. Especially love the Panther discussion. That was great. Greg asked what you're currently working on. Usually it's romance. So if she says anything other than romance, I'll probably fall over out of my chair. What did I say? What did I say? I didn't have to fall out of my chair. Thank you. Thank you, Jen. I didn't have to fall out of the chair. I have ideas of my own. They fall to the wayside, unfortunately. That's what happens when you write for somebody else. They got to come first if you want to get paid. Let's see. Where am I? With Ainsley is... We got past Thanksgiving, so we're moving on to Christmas. Oh, and I think Connor just showed up. They had their little night together. Yeah, basically, although sometimes it'll say 0 and I am signed in, but then sometimes they do forget to sign in. But most of the time, that extra person sitting there is me because it counts me as being signed in. Your book, Ainsley, Connor. Connor, isn't that his name? Connor? And by the way, it's cleaned up a lot since whatever happened in the beginning. I'm not finding all those mistakes in the rest of the book. I found one typo, a small one. But I think whatever happened in the beginning, I don't know. Jen, have you read that book lately? That was a little bit more than a kiss. She just had her lip pierced. A little more than a kiss. Oh, so you went in and cleaned some of it up. Gotcha. Because I was wondering why it was suddenly super, because it was really messed up in the beginning. Oh, your current project. I'm not reading your current project. I haven't the faintest idea what your current project is. You don't give them to me to read. I'm reading your book, and I read your short story, too. Interesting. It's more than romance. It may not be hardcore erotica. It's close. It's not hardcore like I wrote, but it's more than romance. Just a tad. How was it for writing it the night before Tessa? What? I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. You say you just put that part in the night before? All I know is it went from being really badly messed up in the beginning, and I noticed a very big difference from what oh, that's the one you just wrote? Yeah, the one in the anthology. That's the one you just wrote? Yeah, I read it. I was trying to clean up my Kindle books, so I tried to figure out why did I get this book, and I thought, wait a minute, and I went down and I saw your name. I said, that's why I got this book. So I read the short story. So yeah, I read the one in the anthology. But I was talking about the one with Ainsley and Connor. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, well, I wasn't going to say anything. I think you'd probably do better than that. Because you didn't have time to do a lot of editing, so you just kind of threw a story together. Might add to it and sell it as a novella. Yeah. I didn't have time to read all the stories that were in there. I just read yours. Why is it a given they sleep together? I'm so out of touch here. Romance, Greg. Most romance stories, the man and the woman, or the man and the man, or the woman and the woman, whatever the group might be, they usually sleep together. It was a rock star romance that succeeded. Good job. But I did notice a difference in the writing in the Ainsley and Connor. Didn't have all those mistakes that were in the beginning of the book. Yeah, if they don't sleep together, it's not a romance. Romance books often include hot sex scenes. Readers love them. You got your group that loves the hot sex scenes, and you got your group that doesn't like the hot sex scenes. That's the problem. Who do you write for? It could have been a formatting thing. It was, especially when all the conversation ran together. I'm like, I can't figure out who's saying what here. But the multiple words, I'm not sure about that one. You had several areas of multiple words. I'm like, what the heck? Eventually, I will go in and totally clean it up. That would be a good idea. Greg says, if they must include hot sex scenes, is it not more erotica than romance? Depends on how hot the sex scenes are. Maybe it was just me. I was in the hospital at the time and being poked, prodded, and everything else. So I couldn't swear. I was just pretty sure it was screwed up. But I could be wrong. Yeah, the paragraph things, they were definite. It's like, wait a minute. Why is she saying this? Doesn't make sense. And then I realized it would have the other girl's name on it. I'm like, I'm really confused here. I haven't come across sector word yet. Well, I didn't have my glasses on, so maybe I was seeing double. I won't say it wasn't, but I thought I saw that. I was so naive to think that romance was about love. Hell no. So to me, romance has a lot of plot, but erotic is just heat. I kind of feel the same way. It has a story. Mine always had stories, but it had a lot of sex. I mean, that's the whole idea of erotic is sex. Lots of sex. And then you got the ones that like just the romance and the love, and there's two kinds. Jen says, I firmly believe in romance because I like emotions and plot, but I have written many in erotic in my time. Yeah, well, they were getting a little bit more than plain romance, so I figured they weren't probably the typical ones you write for your clients. Connor and Ainsley were caught up in the second chance thing and all this stuff they went through together. Yeah. I don't know where I am in the book. I just know it's past the part where they got together, and don't think it's Christmas yet. So I'm not sure how much more is left in the book. But that's about where I'm at right now. Of course, I'm not sure where that... Oh, I think that's on my phone. I'm trying to remember where I was reading it at. It was on my phone, right? Because I was in the hospital. It was on the phone. Yeah. I'd die if my parents ever read it. Well, I'd die if anybody read the stuff I wrote. Because not only was it erotic, it was fetish erotica. Have you gotten to the morning after when she remembers the previous night's conversation? I know the morning, I know they're done, the first meeting, the first sleep together. And she's thinking about it, but I'm not sure if I got all the way through that part yet. I warned them not to read it, their choice. She was drunk, right? If I had to guess, I'd say yes, probably. I was reading the two stories at once, so I'm a little confused. I read them both at the same time, so it's a little confusing there. I mostly think they'll worry about my mental health. Well, writing about erotica is not... What you wrote about erotica, I would not consider a serious mental health issue. What I wrote as erotica, people might have wondered about my mental health. As I said, it was fetish. Your mom's bestie sure did. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I wouldn't want my family to read any of that stuff. My friend wanted me to sell it. Because you could make a lot of money selling this stuff. I said, I'm not selling this stuff. Are you kidding me? All I need is to have it get back to my family somehow. I met Connor and Ainsley. She's quite a mess in parts. Yeah. Yeah, she's pretty messed up. Bragg said she wouldn't consider it a serious mental health issue. I am stepping away again, needing we lass. Needy we lass. I thought you said something else. Okay. Oh my God. I dumped all that stuff off my computer. I'm like, I don't want my kids finding that shit. I think I got problems now. They read that shit. They'd really have a problem. I don't know if there's a term for... No. It was definitely erotica, but it was more so than just erotica. Like I said, it was fetish erotica. So it was a lot more intense than just erotica. Very detailed. I know how to write. I have written a lot. Most people have not read a lot. Only a few people read that stuff. I had to be very careful who saw that stuff. I had to check my sugar again, and I can't have anything to eat. I gotta take some insulin. I gotta try to bring the sugar down. Because if it's as high as it is, they definitely won't do those injections tomorrow. They may not anyhow. But I gotta try and bring that sugar down. I had to step away. I'm gonna put the timer on in case somebody pops in. You can do whatever you're gonna do, or if it's time to go, you can go. But I'm gonna put the timer on and step away. I will be back. I gotta go check this blood sugar for sure. Not to mention my fun, friendly pill. Okay. Good night, good morning, or whatever. Yeah, I don't stream Mondays, so I'll be looking for somebody probably. See if anybody else is streaming. Blood sugar's still super high. They're probably not going to do this tomorrow. Hope I can call and get an answer before driving all the way to hell over there. I just gave myself a big dose of insulin. Hopefully not too much. All right. Good night. She's killing you, huh? Not asleep yet? I just took my sugar and it was 292. I just gave myself a big dose of insulin, but I don't know if it's going to be low enough tomorrow to do these injections. I really don't want to drive all the way there for nothing. I don't want them, but they're really actually working this time. It's amazing me. So I want to get the second set done. But if my sugars are high, I don't think they're going to let me do it. And I've been on steroids for 5 days. So. And they're going to give me a huge, massive dose of steroids. So it's a very strong possibility that I may not be able to get them done. It really sucks big time. You're tired now after going in there twice. I don't miss not having kids to deal with. Mine are grown. They got their own problems, though. They grow up, they don't go away. They just get different problems. Really sucks. That's, and on top of that, of course, I get steroids, and the medicines that I take in the nebulizer are steroids. So that's more steroids on top of steroids. And then the injections tomorrow are more steroids. Something tells me they're not doing them tomorrow. God, life is so screwy. I didn't even think about that. I should have called. It never dawned on me when they gave me the steroids. I mean, I know steroids raise your sugars, but it didn't dawn on me that it was going to be a problem with this injection tomorrow. I didn't eat anything. I just took a huge dose of insulin. I see way too many doctors way too much. I'm always in doctor's offices, which is the other thing I kind of hope that if by being in assisted living, well, now it depends. Well, if I'm not on the insulin pump, the chances are I wouldn't be remaining on an insulin pump. I would have to go back to getting regular, they would give me injections of insulin. I would probably not have to see an endocrinologist all the time. Pulmonary, well, breathing is an issue. May have to see him. That reminds me, I gotta write my psychiatrist and let her know what's going on. Because I don't know if we'll be able to see her or not. I don't know how it works. I don't know how you see doctors when you're in assisted living. It's not like I can just hop in a car and go see them. They'd probably call, maybe, the logistic care if it's a nice day. And they start letting you in the offices again. Right now, there's still half the doctors still make us sit outside and wait. If I go with logistic care, I get dumped out of the vehicle and they leave. And they almost always are super early. And you have to sit outside and wait. My mom's place drives her. She asked them to. Yeah, I don't know how it works. I'm really not familiar with it. I'll probably take you to the doctor, though. Yeah, see, I simply have no idea how all this is going to work. It's leading to, you know, more anxiety, basically. Super anxiety. Um, there's just so much hitting me at once, and I'm already, you know, anxious, and then now I've got more to be anxious about. So I'm not sure what's happening in my life. Keep telling myself that whatever happens is supposed to happen for a reason, and that's usually what it amounts to, that whatever happens, even though I may not like what happens, eventually it turns out to be the best thing to happen. So, you know, I never did take anything for that headache. Must have gone away. Good. Got enough pills in me now. I have to see how well that works. There's definitely good parts about it. One of my big concerns is getting a roommate that I may not get along with. That's one of my concerns. Now, if we have rooms that are divided by walls and have doors, then it won't be as bad. We just have to share the common area, the bathroom and whatnot. It won't be quite so bad. But if it's just like a curtain situation like it is in the nursing home, like being in each other's, you know, few feet away. But they say you take your own furniture, so it's got to be more. And I've heard people tell me they've had apartments, some have rooms. I only need a decent sized room. I don't need a big fancy apartment. I just need, I used to, when I lived at my dad's, I lived in my room. Everything except the kitchen and the bathroom were in there. And it wasn't a very big room. And, you know, as long as I have my computer and my bed and stuff, you know, I guess we'll find out eventually here. I like the not having the cook idea and having food that, you know, prepare, because right now I, you know, get this stuff, the same stuff from Medicaid, because I don't like most of what they make. Living is different than a nursing home. That's what I've been told. That's what I've been told. There's more freedom. The kids can come and take me out and we can go places. Not that right now they're taking me anywhere because of the virus. Even though we're family, since we don't live together, we're social distancing. Well, it depends on the place, because the place where we put my dad, oh my God, the food, he complained about it all the time. We said, oh, Dad, it can't be that bad. It's hospital food. You can't expect it to be perfect, but it can't be that bad. And then I went there for rehab, and I called my sister. I said, oh my God, Deb, the food is as bad as he says it is. So she told him, and he says, don't stay here long enough to start to like it. Then you really got a problem. He's been there 3.5 years, and he's gotten to the point now that he eats it because he needs to eat, and he wants to eat, and he eats. And, you know, he got used to eating it, but it really was crappy food. Now, this place that they're talking about, if they can get it, still have it open, says they have, you know, great food, and it's made by a chef. Of course, that's what they claimed at this place that I rehabbed at. I said, is this just chef food here? It should be fired. That stuff was terrible. And I'm on such a different menu because of all the different diets I'm on. My food tastes like crap anyhow. But not cooking it is the best part. I don't have to cook it. And there'll be 3 meals, 3 snacks, it says. So that would be nice. They might have activities. Some places take you out, you know, take you to a store or something. Of course, I can't get around too well, so those kind of trips I don't know I'd be doing. But this place has all kinds of outdoor nature trails and stuff like that, which is nice for the younger set that is still able to get around. There says there's a kitchen there and there's a library there that everybody can use, which is nice. And then you can get your hair done there. But all that, of course, that costs money. Cable TV costs money. So I guess I can't have TV unless I pay for it. And I can't afford to pay for it, so I won't have TV. But I can, now I'm not going to have my phone. I won't be able to stream on my phone either. I got my computer. I can get Netflix. I wonder what else you can get on your computer besides Netflix. But there'd be somebody there supposedly every day to help me get bathed and dressed, which now I have to struggle with when she's not around. And she's not around a lot. And no, cable TV is not included. It's not included in my dad's either. Nursing home, no phone and no TV. So they have to, if they want it, they have to pay for it. Which means my sister pays for it because he only gets $50 a month. Now, I think they provide the cable hookup. You just have to provide the TV. But this place says you have to provide the cable. But they provide a TV. Now, I don't know if that's in the Medicaid section, in the regular section. But those people, if they can afford to live there, can afford to pay for their cable too. So that's not a big deal. It's the people like me that have a problem and are being paid for by the state. And I'm on a higher level of care than most, you know, there's several levels of care, and the higher you need, the more expensive it's going to be. I do know little bits and pieces that my friend has told me about. It seems pretty bad that they couldn't even provide a TV for that. I can understand having to buy the TV, but a cable hookup? They don't provide a cable hookup? That's pretty bad. They do have Wi-Fi, though, it says. But Wi-Fi, you just, however you do in a big building, you just have it connected, which would mean it may not be good enough to run a live stream on. And if I don't have privacy, I can't run it either, obviously. Can't be sitting there talking the whole time. She's sitting 10 feet away from me. Get a lot of reading done. Get a lot of writing done. Oh, gosh. I'm just nervous and upset right now. Worried about how things are going to be. And I don't like change. It takes me a long time to adjust. I just had to tell my neighbor today. He totally freaks out because he can't live without me. I'm like, Mike, I'm sorry, but I'm moving. As soon as they find me a place, I'm moving. He goes, but I said, there is no but. You're going to have to find someone else to take you to ShopRite. I'm not going to be doing it. I'm not going to be making your copies, and I'm not going to be ordering your stuff online. You're going to have to find somebody else. He goes, but hardly anybody in here has a computer. I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm not staying here for you. We're not involved in any way, shape, or form. I am not staying here for you. It's a big, yeah, it is a big change. And I'm not good with change. And I'm hungry again, and I can't eat because that'll knock my sugars up again. They're already sky high. So I'm like, I want this place. Sounds really good. She says it's got a great reputation. It's like 5 stars or something like that, or almost 5 stars. Got a great reputation. She said I haven't heard anything bad about it. What I saw online looked pretty nice. So a little bit I could see online, pretty nice. And you know, it's what I need. I need more care, and I can't get it here. And I hate giving up my independence, but there comes a point in life when sometimes you just have to do it, whether you like it or not. So, I mean, I know my dad is still pissed at us for what we did. And I feel my kids are pushing me into this, but it's also, I can also see where it's good, it would be good for me as well. So I'm trying to look at it from both ways. I'm trying not to be pissed that they want me in here. They want me to be safe. I understand that. But I kind of feel like he feels, you know, like I'm being made to have to give up my independence. And I'm younger than he was when he had to give up his independence. I'm still young. I'm only 64. I'm not even 65 yet. And I'm already in this position, but I'm in a position of needing care that I can't do on my own. Yeah, I'm trying to relax. Take so much anxiety medicine and it's just not helping. My nerves are tearing the skin off my hands. So upset. So part of me wants to go now, get it over and done with, and wants a date. And the other part says, well, you know, the kids don't want it to happen now because they're busy doing, you know, the stuff for his mother. And I understand that. And they already started working with his mother to get her, you know, she wants to buy a place and move. And you were telling someone how much you take and they were surprised. You mean anxiety medicine? So I take a very high dose of anxiety medicine and it's still injection. I take 4 milligrams of clonazepam, whatever you want to call it, every day. And I'm still an absolute total wreck. Because most people are like 0.25, you know. 0.25 doesn't do anything. Well, I can see adding another one of those medications. I'd never wake up. I mean, I can barely stay awake now between all the opioids. I got the opioids, the anxiety medicine, the antipsychotic medicine, the antidepressant, which is also a sleep medicine. I can't stay the hell awake. CBD. Is that hemp oil? CBD? I'm trying to think with CBD. So I remember something I took and I thought it was hemp oil and it did jack shit. Still says 3 people are here. You, me, and somebody. Hemp oil? Never did anything for me. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I tried that stuff. Yeah, the gummies. Cost a lot of money, too. It didn't do anything at all. Because I got them from the pain doctor. I thought maybe, since it was from the pain doctor, not out of a, mail order catalog, that maybe it would be better. But they didn't do anything. Yeah. Well, I'm used to medications not working for me the way they work for other people. The doctors don't understand. They figure it should work the same for everybody. I can't get them to understand. I am different. My body does not work the same as everybody else's. You can't just assume that everybody's going to react the same way. Why would you assume that everybody reacts the same way? They don't understand this. They think, well, it's in the textbook that it should be, I'm like, no. I have never been affected by medicine the way other people have. You have gummies with the THC too, but that kind of messes with my head. Gives me weird dreams. Is that the kind where you need to have a card for marijuana? The THC? Because they had the marijuana program, and she's like, it costs so much money to get on the program, costs so much money to get your card. Then you have to go find wherever one of these special pharmacies is that has them, and then it costs you money to buy them. I'm like, I don't have all that stuff, so we're not doing that program. That's to get medical marijuana. I'm like, not happening. Oh, I got idiots for doctors. Doctors think that way. It is well known that genetics plays a role as to how your body handles a drug. You need to move to Europe and talk to real doctors. You're probably right. You don't need cards in California anymore. Oh, okay. You can just go buy it, but I think it's pricey. Yeah, well, here you need a card. So, well, I don't know. I haven't talked to a doctor about the program recently, but when I talked to her a year or so ago, card was required, a special appointment had to be made, and it was pricey just for that part. That was before you even bought the marijuana. He went to move to Europe. Your friend in France is happier there with her doctor than she ever was here. Yeah, well, we have crap for doctors, that's for sure. Well, I have to get a referral from my doctor. The state has okayed me to move to assisted living. I'm in that program. But the doctor has to write a referral slip, and my doctor's a pain in the ass. And he's most likely going to be a pain in the ass about this whole thing. So that could be just another problem that I have to deal with, is getting him to accept it. I mean, the state accepts it. So he should have to do is just write the form. That's all he should have to do. He shouldn't have to think about it. I'm already on the program. The state's already approved me. All I need is his referral. The cards are really easy to get. I did that before it was all legal. I don't know. Like I said, when I heard the pricing on all the stuff just to get to that point, I thought, I'm not going to be able to afford that, let alone the cost of the marijuana on top of it. And no guarantee that it would work. I mean, everything else I tried didn't work. None of her injections worked. One injection worked. I have a new pain doctor now. You just never want to buy anything. Too much work. Yeah, I understand that. I have a new pain doctor now, and his injections, he does it a different way, and he does it 3 times. He goes, you can't do it once. You have to do it 3 times to kill the nerves. And my knees feel so much better since I took the injections a month ago. But if I can't get them tomorrow, that's going to screw things up. Your mom took edibles when she had cancer and it didn't work. I hoped it would. Yeah, I wonder if it had something to do with the, because I know the edible CBD didn't work. The gummies, they didn't do anything. They tasted good. Yeah, I felt like eating them like candy, you know. I thought that would probably be a little much. Probably cause a problem. But I really, I like the taste of them. I would have loved to have eaten them as candy. But man, they were expensive. And they didn't do anything. That whole pain doctor episode thing was pretty useless. But this new doctor has been pretty half successful. My back is still problematic, but not as bad. My knees are much better. So I'm getting some results at least, which is a good thing. Especially since I don't know how all this is going to work when I move into this place. I don't know if we'll still be able to go do all of these things. But if I don't do them, I'm going to be in a wheelchair. And then I'll be even, if I think things are bad now, being in a wheelchair is going to be even worse. For sure. Definitely don't want to do that. But if it gets to that point, it gets to that point. I remember my mom, it was so bad. She didn't want to go in the wheelchair. She thought that was the end. And she fought it and fought it. And she finally gave up and went in the wheelchair. And it was easier for her. But she would just, just didn't want to give it up. And I understand that feeling. I have the same feelings, what if I can't walk and I have to go in a wheelchair and give up my, getting around the way I'm used to. And I understand her feelings now. I'm not sure I did then, but I do now. Your mom took edibles when she had cancer and it didn't work. I hoped it would. That's a shame. My daughter's father-in-law just died of cancer. And they knew he had cancer, and he was doing chemo, and he seemed to be doing pretty good. And then for some reason he went into the hospital, and when he got there, they said to him, "You have 2 days to live." Imagine the shock. You know you're dying, you've got cancer, but people can beat it. And then you walk in the hospital and they say you have 2 days to live. And he's like, send me home with my family. I just want to be with my family. I want to die with my family, not in this damn hospital. So they gave him medication to make him comfortable, sent him home. And 2 days later, he passed away. So I really hate bothering my kids at this time. 2 days. 2 days. Not 2 weeks. 2 days. How can you say even all your goodbyes in 2 days? And he was doing so good. And that came out of nowhere. Nowhere. He was 68. Just 4 years older than me. And here's my dad at 89 screaming because he can't die and be with his wife. And this young man who has everything to live for dies. And I was really mad at my father for a while. I understand that he wants to be with his wife and he misses her. She's been gone almost 8 years now. Both of the daughters involved with helping his wife. I'm sure my other daughter is not involved. No. One, she's got a baby. He's only a year old. Two, she's not really close to her sister. And I can't see her doing that. She has enough trouble doing things for me. So I can't see why she would do something for her sister's father-in-law or mother-in-law. The father-in-law passed away. The mother-in-law is the one who's alive. So, no. But she wouldn't be much help for me either. One, she's physically disabled. She's in as bad a condition as I am, if not worse. She has permanent arm damage from an injury at work. She has the 1-year-old baby that's into everything. So how much help am I going to get from her? Probably not much. Now my grandson is home. He's back. He got out of the Marine Corps and he is home. And he would most likely be very willing to help me do anything. But I can't work with one person. You know, I need my daughter, the older one, because she's the one who is organized and, you know, would be helpful. The other one would just be like me. She's like me. Besides being in all this pain, she has fibro, she has degenerative disc disease, she has arthritis. She has all the same problems and a permanent arm damage from the cabinet falling on her hand. And the baby. She had a baby. I said, how in the world can you handle this infant with your hand like it is? You believe it? But it's her son, that daughter's son, who was in the Marine Corps. And her middle son, well, he's nothing but a troublemaker. He's 14 years old, teenage boy, not going to be much help. He'd be more hindrance than a help. Yeah, it's a lot to deal with, it's sure. And she's still trying to work. She's suing them. I said, you're working for them still? She goes, yeah. I said, how can you work for the people you're suing? I said, why not? It's a job. I'm like, I'd be super uncomfortable working with somebody I was suing, even if they would allow it. But obviously they allow it. She's still working for them. But they caused the damage. She's suing them for permanently damaging her arm. How much she'll get out of it, I don't know. And she's going to continue working for them. I'm like, you're crazy. I got a crazy family, honestly. And I'm still trying to mend fence with daughter number one. Because we had this big blowout. It wasn't all my fault. It was her fault. In fact, she started it. And I've apologized, I don't know how many times. And she won't apologize. She sees it as all my fault. And we're having a hard time getting around this issue. So now she's getting, since I had that almost near-death experience, we've had a slightly closer relationship. And now I'm sure she's really beginning to worry because what just happened to the father. Is the one with the mother-in-law or the other one? The one with the mother-in-law is not the one who's injured. The injured one has a baby and is a nurse and can't do her job properly because her arm is damaged. She's a dialysis nurse. And she can't place the needles sometimes because her arm, the permanent damage in her arm, and she's suing the company she works for. She sues people, by the way. Something happens, she immediately gets a lawyer. Every time. So I have the oldest one, the responsible one, and then I have the other one who's flighty and sues everybody at the drop of a dime and all that kind of stuff. Yes, I got into a disagreement with the one who was helping her mother-in-law. And it was a stupid little thing. She said something, I said something at a bad time when I was going through a really bad time mentally. And she does not understand mental health issues. And she nastily told me that she never would, that she didn't care to know anything about it. Like, you know, you think maybe she would look it up and try to understand where I'm coming from. No, she wants nothing to do with it. And I said something. She said to me, come down, come over to our house every day and we'll make you feel better. And I'm trying to explain to her, it doesn't work that way, that being around kids too much riles me up. I need to calm down, not be riled up, which I understand came out in a way that hurt her motherly feelings. And I've apologized so many times. But she was the one that said she wanted nothing to do with finding out about mental illness or understanding where I'm coming from. It's all about her. And that's her dad in her. And I really hate it. And I know I shouldn't blame her for her dad, even though she's like him, because she's still her own individual person. But she's too much like her dad. I hate it. When you see the person you can't stand in someone else, it's hard to get it over. And she has a lot of me in her. Don't get me wrong. She has a lot of me in her. But she has a lot of her dad in her too. And when I see that, it really irks me no end. That I have to, deal with him through her. That's what I feel like. And I know she's an individual of her own and not him. So it was a big, stupid disagreement. And really, I don't understand why we're having such a big issue about getting through it. I can't do anything more. I've done as much as I can. I've apologized over and over again. For my part, I get nothing in return. And she pretty much tells me that she doesn't have time to take care of me. She has a family to raise. And she just doesn't have time to take care of someone else. And I'm like, where did you come from? I did not raise you to be this way. I don't understand. Sometimes I just don't understand. Trying. And I hope that going into a place like this takes because then it won't be calling her to take me to the hospital and whatnot. They'll take care of all of those issues. They'll, make sure I get home, I would assume. Everything would be taken care of through them. And she won't have to do the daughterly thing and be in charge, which is such a big deal to her. And my son used to do everything. And I said to her, Will was here and doing everything, so you guys didn't have to. And she said, she got kind of nasty and said, well, he should. He doesn't have any kids to deal with. He should be here taking care of you. I'm like, oh my God. And he moved to North Carolina. We don't even live in the same state anymore. And she's like mad at him because he wanted to have his own life and move to a different state, which meant that she had to take care of me. So that's why she's mad at him. I don't know where she came from. I did not raise a child to be that way. She grew up with her grandfather taking care of her grandmother, like families do. She knows better. I don't understand. Just don't understand. I'm just trying to figure out what I did with my phone. Yeah. I'm hungry. I can't eat anything. Can't risk raising my sugar any higher. Yeah, you're right. You only have so much control over how they grow up. You can teach them, but you can't make them. I brought her up to be as best that I could. I can't help how she turns out. Because no matter how you look at it, she's still part of her father. She's part of both of us. So those combinations sometimes get a little wonky. And then she's mad at her sister all the time. Oh yeah, they're all very different. And she's always mad at her sister because she makes bad choices and gets involved with men in jail and on drugs and has babies with them that they don't take care of. And then I have to listen to all that. And yeah, be glad you're blessed with you. She's young. She's still at an age where she probably won't be needy all her life. At least I hope not. She's a teenage girl. She's at a rough age right now. Life is hard. I remember being a teenage girl. And if she's got, any kind of mental health problems such as anxiety and whatnot like you, then she's dealing with more than the average child. She's going to have problems. And it's good she has a mother that takes care of her. I want her to need me a little. I just get impatient sometimes. It's hard. I mean, I won't say it's not hard. She does have a bit of anxiety for sure. Well, it makes sense. My son, unfortunately, he got all the anxiety. He got his father's rage, and he's got my bipolar disorder. So he's got a really rough time of it. And, there are times when he can't deal with life, and my daughter does not understand that. She figures he should just be, well, he doesn't have kids, so he should be here taking care of you. What made it his job? There's 3 of you. I raised 3 of you. Not 1, 3. And he took all that. He didn't go. He wanted to go down to North Carolina a long time ago. And he didn't go because he knew that she wasn't ready to take over and be in charge. And she's still not ready to be in charge, obviously. But you can't expect him to put his life on hold forever just because she doesn't want to grow up and be in charge and be responsible. She's going to have to learn. Jen says, not like me, but she does. I just try to talk her through things. That's all you can do. They'll tell you if they need something. My son dealt with me because he knew I understood him, and that, if he told me he couldn't go to school because he was having a panic attack, I didn't force him out the door and tell him, get on that damn bus and go to school. I don't want to hear about it. I just let him deal with it till he was ready to go to school. I knew what it was like, but my family, my ex-husband included, did not understand, care to understand, doesn't care one way or the other. Your sister's the one that handles things with your mom. She's a natural caregiver and does it for a living. Well, that's the thing. Daughter number 2 is a nurse. She's got compassion. She tries to help everybody, which is why she gets involved with these relationships with these men, because she thinks she can fix them. She can't fix them, but you can't convince her of that. So she wants to take care of everybody. We can't convince her you can't take care of everybody. There's just some people you can't take care of. So if I want compassion, and you need daughter number 2, because I'm not getting compassion from daughter number 1. That is for darn sure. She sat here Christmas Day. We had all come together for Christmas Day, and she sat there and says, I'm not taking care of you. I have too much to do with my own children. I'm raising a family. I just can't deal with you. And I didn't know what to say. Her husband didn't say anything. My son looked at her, but he didn't say anything. Is my other daughter here? I don't know if she was here or not. But everybody just kind of pretend that whole conversation didn't happen. I hate to cut this short, but it's almost 11 and the alarm is going off at 5. I hate Mondays. Okay. Yeah, I got to get up early tomorrow too. I got to find out if I'm going to this damn appointment or not. Thanks for listening. And I'll talk to you soon. Good night. Yeah, Austin K is usually at 8, and Laura Nettles is usually at 10 on Mondays. So there's the 2 of them, both Eastern time. That's where I intend to be tomorrow. Doing what, I'm not sure. Whether it's writing, editing, or trying to clean up some of this mess around there. But that's where I'll be tomorrow. So if you're at either of those, I'll probably see you. If not, Tuesday night will be my next stream. Tuesday and Thursday, I'm not doing Fridays because of the early morning for Saturday. Tuesday and Thursday are my next 2. So, I'm going to try to get some sleep, and you too. Have a good night, and a good day at work tomorrow if at all possible. Good night.